Yeah, uh, we are live, guys.
Thank you. So, hello everyone. I hope you are doing good. Welcome to Talklify's first Microsoft event. Microsoft is we are going to handle today. So, Talklify is a technical community meetup formed with an aim to share and gain knowledge on various technologies across various experts around the world. This meetup is just a recap of Microsoft Build 2020. MS Build is a Microsoft event where they announce some important updates in Microsoft technologies. This time it happened virtually, and in this meetup, we are going to cover some interesting topics from the MS Build. We have lined up with an awesome set of speakers. Before getting into the session, I would like to give you a small introduction about our speakers. Our first speaker is Satish. He is co-founder of SharePoint Falls, a community blog site where we can find some awesome uh, tips and tricks on SharePoint. He is expert in SharePoint, um, and he has worked around various technologies as well. And our next speaker is Jake Moore. Jake Moore is a techie who is working on Microsoft 365, SharePoint, and Azure. He is currently working with a company called Happify, and he is also a Microsoft certified profession in Azure. And after Jake Moore, our next speaker is Niveta. Niveta is going to take a session on Azure. She is working as a software engineer, and she also delivered many sessions and supports various events. And our next speaker is Vignesh Mani. He is a senior software engineer and also Microsoft certified trainer. And our last speaker is Vishwanathan. He is working as a software architect. He is more passionate about C Sharp, and he is also a community speaker. So this is a very small introduction about our speakers. So over to you, Satish.
Listeners who Sundaram, it's a bit noisy. Can you guys please go on mute? Yeah, now it's clear. So thanks a lot, Sundaram. So basically, first of all, I like to thank the audience as well. It's a Saturday morning, and it requires a lot of passion to join a technical event or a technical knowledge sharing session over the weekend, and even at this point of COVID situation. Yeah, so it requires a lot of passion. So basically, I would like to appreciate that. And as Sundaram said, like a small introduction about myself before jumping into that, let me quickly start sharing my screen. Do let me know once you are able to see that. Yep. So do let me know once you're able to see this. Hope you're able to see that. Okay. So before jumping into today's session and what is the build and all, let me give a small introduction about myself. As Sundaram said, I'm Satish Natarajan, working as a solution architect in AstraZeneca, in a company called AstraZeneca. Hope you all would have heard this name recently after the COVID. Yes, they are into the market of creating the vaccine for COVID. We are one of the competitors, and we are one of the players in the market to invent the vaccine. And and there we are producing a lot of softwares for the scientists who actually work for the human being. So that's about where I'm working. And let's jump on to what is Microsoft Build. So Build, I'm not sure how many of you are keep on watching the build events, or uh, how many of you are following the Microsoft Twitter handle, so that you will get more knowledge on the other the new technologies. So build is an event which will happen every year, by the month of May or June, like whenever their summer gets started. So by the end of May or the beginning of June, you will have a couple of days of continuous technical sessions. So I was fortunate to attend one of the event like this, and so what will happen is throughout the session there will be n number of tracks, and n number of speakers will be speaking. They will be, every slot will be 40 or 45 minutes. They'll come and they'll get the developers know that what is the roadmap of Microsoft on this particular product. Like if you take a small example, in SharePoint, what are all the new things they are going to introduce, and these things when it will be rolled out for the generic availability. So all these kind of information will be given to the developers during the build event day. And the objective of today's session is, most of us might be missed that event, or most of us might not aware of such event is happening. So this kind of local events, what we are planning to do is, this will telecast or retelecast whatever it has happened, whatever it has been broadcasted by Microsoft during the month of May and June. Okay, during the month of this year, it happened on May 22 and 23, if I'm not sure. Like it happened on the month of May, but I'm not sure about the days. So here there are around, today we have five speakers. All of them are going to take a different topic which has been broadcasted in Microsoft Build, and in a simplified manner. And most of us like it is targeted for a local event, and the objective is to communicate or broadcast what are all the new things which Microsoft is planning to introduce. So hope we are clear about what's going to happen for the next 3-4 hours, right? So, with that assumption, let us quickly jump on to the first topic. So, the first topic, it's going to be a bit interesting. I assume that most of some of the audience are from the SharePoint development background. Whoever is from SharePoint or Office 365 development background, definitely they would have, the first baby step itself, they would have heard lists and libraries, right? So that's the basic basic component within the SharePoint, right? Without SharePoint lists and libraries, we would have not developed, or there's no development aspect within the SharePoint. Every development aspect which revolves around the lists and libraries. And so far the lists are specific to the SharePoint only within the Office 365 suite. Office 365, all of us know that it is a it's a suite of products like SharePoint, Teams, Stream, Planner, To-do list. All these things are products within the umbrella called Office 365. Now they are introducing one more new app called List. What does it mean? Basically, they are going to extract the component list from the SharePoint, and they are going to keep it as a separate app, so that this app can be consumed by any other app within the same suite. See, let me tell you in detail. Like I have a tenant. In my tenant, I have a SharePoint. Like SharePoint, obviously, it is under my tenant, and I have a Teams, I have a Planner. All these things I have. Now, if I create a SharePoint list, if I create a list within the SharePoint, then that list cannot be shared or cannot be accessed from my Teams. That list cannot be accessed from my Planner, right? So now what happens, even all the three applications are within the same suite or within the same umbrella, a particular component within the application, within the one app, cannot be consumed or cannot be used by the other app. To overcome this, what if I make a smaller component? Earlier, it was till last month, it was a small component within an app called SharePoint. Now I'm making this component as a separate app, so that this app can share data between the other apps. So that's the primary objective of this one. Like that, that's it. Nothing more than that. Hope we are clear. Please write your questions, or if you're not able to get anything, post your comments on the comment section, so that at the end of the session we will take it up. And it's really hard on the virtual session, like whether the audience grab or whatever the things which I'm trying to say, which is reached, it's really difficult. But I'm assuming that I'm making it very clear, and we are going a bit slower, so that it'll be easy for all the audience to listen and understand. Okay, so with this is what the introduction of Microsoft Lists. Okay, let me start presenting it. So today we are going to take a first look of Lists app, and one interesting thing is this list. Now, even if you go back to your tenant and start looking for an app called the list, I'm not sure whether it will be rolled out to you or not, because it is ta- for the last 5 days only Microsoft started rolling out this app for the targeted release tenants, so that even the targeted release tenants will get all of the targeted release tenants will get this app at the end of this month only. That's the target for Microsoft. So don't worry if you are not able to see this particular app tile on your tenant. For me, luckily yesterday, you guys don't believe, yesterday only I got this list app on my tenant. And prior last week, what I did is, there is a workaround. Even if you don't find this list app tile on your tenant, I have a workaround. I'll tell you what exactly it is. It's a small workaround. You can start using the lists. We will see how it is. And what is the agenda today? Today, for the next 40 minutes, we are going to discuss about what is list, and I'm going to give a hands-on demo how to create. Because as I said, a list, it is nothing but a simpler component within the earlier. All the developers or all the SharePoint users might have used list, or might have heard this list from the day one onwards. So there is nothing special to talk about this list, but there are special features to show. Like basically, that's the objective of today. Like instead of walking through all the PPT, we can jump into the tenant and start using the list, so that we will find a difference, or we will try to correlate what what are all the features which we had in my earlier SharePoint list, and what are all the new advantages which I'm getting after converting the existing list into an list app. So those things, when we do it on the tenant, we will get to know. So that's the objective. And the important thing, or the most important features, are formatting the list, and the integration of list with the Power Platform. All of us might be knowing about Power Platform. What is a Power Platform? Power Platform is nothing but the combination of three products. It's a Power BI, and Power Automate, and a Power App. So this list is tightly coupled with your Power Automate and Power App, not with the Power BI. Power BI, obviously, it has a capability to combine or pull the data from the lists. Okay, but it is not the Power BI. It is not very focused on this app. The existing functionality will still work. That's it. And then we will create a list. And as of now, I said, making list as a separate app, Microsoft is providing a way to share the list between the apps. But as of now, this list can be shared with SharePoint and Teams. Considering SharePoint as a separate app and Team as a separate app, list as a separate app, this list data will be shared among Teams and SharePoint, not with any other thing like a planner or to-do list, or we cannot tasks.office.com, whatever it is. So this particular app or this particular list data cannot be shared with other apps except SharePoint and Teams. So how we are going to integrate with the Teams? And there are more benefits, like there are more cool features which comes along with this build, but it is not yet rolled out. I'll show you where exactly it is and how it will come. I have some few screenshots, but even those features are not available on my tenant as well. So those integration with the Teams and all, I may not be able to show you, but still I should be able to show where exactly how it going to come. So those things we will take care. Okay, so that's what we are going to see. That's the agenda for today. And let's come back. What is the list? Lists are a simple, smart, flexible components. That's what it is. It's easy to create, and it's nothing but we are going to share and a track list. It is the heart of SharePoint so far. Like without a SharePoint list, no other SharePoint application, or without a library, no other SharePoint applications might have been developed. So it's very simple, but it is very powerful, and it's very cool to share. And we can track anything, even the issue tracker, asset tracker, what else, anything which we are tracking. We can create a simpler list. Obviously I will have my own to do list on my team site. Like I have a team site, personal team site. So that's the site where I keep all my records, even the personal work, whatever I need to do, the blog items, whatever I need to write, the speaker events. So all these things I am using a SharePoint list to manage my data, like to manage my time. So that's how lists became a part of our life. And it's very smart. Now this particular list, what exactly it is, I'm creating an event or I'm creating a list, and I'm sharing that particular list with specific people in my organization. Like usually if I create a SharePoint site, and within the site, if I create a list, what will happen, whoever is a site collection administrator, or whoever is having a full control, or whoever is having a privilege to that particular site collection, should be able to see my list, right? If there is no, like, we cannot restrict user access. Still we can restrict, but again it's restricted till the user group, or you are not the only owner of that particular list. Now what happens is, I'm going to create in my tenant, I'm going to create a list, and this list I'm not going to keep anywhere in the SharePoint or anywhere in the Teams. I'm going to keep this list inside my OneDrive itself. Like there is a terminology called my lists. So inside my site, I'm going to keep this list, so that no one cannot see my list unless otherwise I specifically share with some people. So it's a smart sync. There is a smart sharing option which I will show you, and then it is very flexible. Now what happens is, there are like a scenario. I'll tell you the scenario. Let us assume that whenever a new defect is assigned to you, I'm having a list. That list is to track the track the issue tracker, right? Track the issues. So whenever a new bug is being assigned to you, and the criticality of the bug is critical or high, then an email should be triggered to you, so that you will pay more attention, and you will. So for this, usually what we will be doing, till last year, till last month, before 2 years, like in the legacy development, we might have written a workflow. Either it is going to be a SharePoint designer workflow or the Nintex workflow, and that workflow will get triggered when a new item is getting inserted. We will write the logic on that one and publish the workflow. The workflow will, obviously it has its own consumption, and it is running on its own server. What will happen, whenever a new item got created, the workflow will trigger an email. That is how we achieved this functionality. And for the last, from 2017 onwards, what we did, we might have creating a simpler flow. It's a Microsoft flow, that is the Power Automate nowadays. So we will create a flow, and that flow will get triggered as soon as you create a new item, and that flow will send an email. So that is one thing. Still we can go with the flow also. But here Microsoft list, still more it is more flexible. How it is, it's having its own item called rule, new concept called rule. And you can create, for every list you can create your own rules, and on that rule I can specify that if the criticality is critical or high, and it is assigned to someone, send an email to someone. So that is it's we are not at all invoking any of the flow. We are not at all writing any of the workflows. It's very simple. As that, from the screen itself, from the same screen itself, we are creating one specific rule. That's it. That rule, it is similar to your Outlook rule. What we will write in the Outlook, whenever I receive a mail from these guys, I transfer or keep that mail in a specific folder. Like that, we will be writing that one, right? Whenever I receive an email from this ID, keep that in my spam. So all these things are rules. So for these writing rules, are we doing anything specific, or do we need any development knowledge? No, right? In the same manner, in the Microsoft lists also, to create a rule, we don't require any development knowledge. Basically Microsoft list is for the power users. Okay, that's the objective. Or hope it is clear. Okay. I assume that we are clear. So this is what the Microsoft lists all about. It's a simpler, it's becoming smarter, and it's becoming more flexible. So that's what it is. And how we are going to, here we will show you. Let me show you how to share with the teammates. We will with this introduction, let's quickly jump into the tenant itself, and we can show you. Let me stop sharing this, and give me a minute. Let me start sharing what exactly my tenant, where exactly I kept my tenant. Okay, so office.com. Again, I started sharing my screen. Please do let me know once you're able to see the screen. Yeah, I'm able to see my screen itself. Okay, on the live stream. Yeah, here. Okay, this is what my list, this is what my tenant looks like, right? So what I'm doing, I'm going to the office.com. Okay, let me close other tabs. So this is my tenant, and on the tenant, as usual, let me go to the tiles, and you can see a new app called the lists, right? If you guys don't see an app, I will tell you, go to the OneDrive. I'm going to the office.com again. If you guys don't see that tile, the shortcut or the workaround for that will be, go to your OneDrive. This is my OneDrive, right? Let it get loaded, and on the URL, what happened to my OneDrive? It's not, it should load. Okay, so on the OneDrive, on the URL, instead of OneDrive.aspx, start typing the lists.aspx. That's it. It's very easy. Okay, even if you don't find this icon, it means, if you find this icon, it means Microsoft officially rolled out this particular application for your tenant. If it is not, then the general availability will happen till they are targeting to roll out the general availability for September or early October. That's what their tentative dates are. And still, if at all you want, for the non-productive environments or for the non-productive purpose, you want to explore, then you just explore like this. And this is what the new look and feel for the app. Okay, on this app, what I'm going to do is, let's create a new list. Okay, while creating a new list, there are around four options. One, you can start from the scratch. I'm going to create a blank list. One, I can import from the Excel. So far till date, till yesterday, I was using Excel to track my all in to track few of the informations. Okay, and now I want to move that Excel into a SharePoint list. Yes, it is possible. I'll show you how exactly to do that. And like, I have an existing list, I want to take a copy of that list, I don't want to take the template. Like, so like always, whatever the thing we have done so far, it is not a new stuff. Even to copy a list from an existing list, still the list templates are exported as a template or site design, still they all will work. But here it is, as think as a power user. You don't know what is site template, like you don't know what is a list template, what is a site design. As a developer, we will know all these things, but as a power user, most of the power users might not be knowing this. So for them, it is an out of the box capability. They can simply select the source list, and they can simply copy it and create a rename it as a new list. Okay, and Microsoft, so far they have come up with 8 default templates. All these 8 templates are specific for a specific purpose. And as a developer, I know that this template might not be 100% useful for me. But again, for a reference, I can create this. I can start using this for a simpler issue tracker. Instead of creating an issue tracker from the blank, what I can do, I can create a list from this template, and I can start customizing it based upon my need. I may not be needing, like, I may not be focused on creation date, like issue created date. I can still create a template. This template has that particular column. I can remove that column and start using in for my organization, whatever it is. So it is a default templates. All these 8 templates are awesome. Just now I created and I played it with like all the 8 templates I created yesterday, and I played with those items, adding a list item. All these things are awesome. Okay, so now what we can do is, let me explore all the events from the blank list. What we are going to do, my Talkify blank list. Okay, this list is a demo list, and this is what the color you can give, and where to save this list. As I said, here you will have two category. One is my lists. This, if I save this, it is not going to be shared with anyone. It is going to be shared inside my OneDrive. It's going to share, it is going to be, this particular list is going to be available on my OneDrive or on my site. That's what it is. And if I want to create this list in any of this a document, like any of this existing SharePoint sites, still I can do that. Okay, what we can do is, I will create one thing. Yeah, let's go and create it in the React repository, my Talkify blank list, and I'm creating it inside the site called React repository. Or even before, yeah, we will have it. I'm creating it. So from this app, I created a list. That list is going to be available in a separate site collection. Okay, and what we can do is, let us add few more things. Let's go to the list setting. I'm going to add a column or okay. Here, as usual, whenever I'm going to the list setting, you can see that this particular list automatically redirected me to my SharePoint site, right? And here, let me go back to the list, refresh the list. I will get that item here itself. So there are two options. Either if at all I want to add any list item, I can simply come to my list, and the one beauty of this list is it is going to come as a mobile app also. Already they have created the app for iOS and Android. Very soon we will get it from the Android store, and you can install in your mobile. And any entries, or the simplest way of using this list is, let me create a list for to track my expenses and keep it in my mobile itself. What I'll do, whenever I do some expense or whenever I get some income, I'll start writing. I don't want to wait, and I don't need to wait till I come back to my home, open the laptop, or write it on a notebook, whatever it is. It is not needed. So far, I can keep this particular list as an icon in my desktop of my mobile, and on that, with a single click, I can start writing or start putting the entries. So those are all the advantages of this list. And here, if you have a look on it, I can start creating a new item. Okay, if I go back to the SharePoint, that will refresh, or that will get reflected here. And one, as soon as you see this, like yesterday I got a doubt, or whatever it happened on the build, I got a doubt, like what will happen if I add a content type. What will happen if, usually, if this list is going to reside within the SharePoint, then what is the procedure to create the list? What is the procedure to provision a list? Usually, as a standard practice, what I will do is, I will provision the site column, I'll provision the content type, and then I will provision the list. That list will use the content type, and that content type will use the side columns. That is how it will be, right? The legacy development pattern. I'm not able to correlate that particular item with the Microsoft list. So if I add a particular content type here, it is getting, I tried adding, like I added a content type here, and when I go here, when I come back to the Microsoft lists, I was able to see that content type, but not exactly what will happen if I create a list in my lists, and from where I can add a content type. So even like my list or my OneDrive is also can be considered as a site collection. But how it will work when I share a particular list to someone else? So that thing, frankly speaking, I have not explored it, but these are all the thoughts which we need to. As a developer, like as a power user, I don't need to mind about it. But as a developer, I need to mind how in for a actual production how I am going to use this. So all these things are you're saying it's very simple, smart, and flexible. All these things, as a power user, all the stories are fine. But as a developer, what we need to do? We need to explore more and find the right way. But for sure, I'm 100% sure that Microsoft might have also thought about the same thing, and they will be having some workaround, or they will be having some ideas to for the developers as well. Maybe once it goes to the general availability, or may once we do some more R&D in this list, we should be able to find those things. So that thing we will explore probably this weekend. I'm planning to explore more on that one, since till now I have not got the tenant, right? It's not rolled out. This app was not in my tenant, so we have not explored it. But let us see. So these are all the things which we can do. And let me go back quickly. What are all the other ways to create the list? What we can do is, yep. See, I have a Excel sheet. Have a look on it. I created an Excel, and that Excel, it is having a table. It's simple: Satish, Ramesh, whatever is Satish, Ramesh, Suresh. I have given few items, few columns. Let us assume that it is having few more columns, like it's going to be a bigger list, which requires a lot of time to create a list similar to this and add the items. So instead, what I can do is, Microsoft lists, it is having an opportunity. I have an opportunity. Yeah, let me go and create a new list. This new list, I have an option called a from Excel file. So from Excel, I'm going to upload a file, whatever the file which we created. Okay, so while uploading, it will get creating, it's loading the table. It gets created along with the data. That's one good thing. Okay, let it get created. Okay, it throws still, as I said, still this particular features. Many of the features are in evaluation, or it is in the development phase. Slowly, it will get like it is not mature enough. That's one thing which we have to agree. But definitely, it will get mature enough in a couple of months. Okay, so this thing, it's one thing we can create it, and even whenever I reload it, I can create it from an existing list. Yep. So let me get some existing list. Okay. Okay, so that's what I was looking. Here it will show you only the modern lists. It will not show you the legacy lists. So that's the reason. Like this Aaron Wallace is having n number of lists and libraries, but it is not listed here. What has been listed in the React repository? Yeah. Yeah. So in a React repository, I have few lists. So these lists will be, I'm going to take a copy of this list, issue tracker. Okay, where I'm going to keep it? I'm going to keep it in my list itself. Okay, I'm going to track myself. Okay, now I can give any commands and like any color, and I can give this icon. So all these icons are Office UI Fabric icons. And still been as a developer, by looking at these things, even I got the same doubts like how can I customize this icon? Is it possible to give a custom image instead of this icon? Can I give my custom image? How to do that? So for to answer all these questions, still it is not there. We don't have any documentation as of now today, but for sure within 2 months or 3 months we will be getting, and the customization of this list app will definitely be rolled out. As a developer we need to focus on that as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm creating a list from the existing list, and the destination is my lists or my site. Okay. Okay, create SP list is invalid, subaction add SP view is invalid, row limit has an invalid value. So there are few exceptions it occurs. But basically this conference list, conference details and all, I made a copy from the existing lists. And one other important thing is you can create or you can make this particular item as a favorite. If there is a fav icon, if you click on the fav icon, it will be appearing on your favorites, and it's a quick access. It's basically it's for the quick access, nothing more than that. And if at all you don't want that, uncheck the fav icon, it will automatically removed from this favorites. So all these things are, as an end user or as a power user, it will be very useful. But for as a developer, like as you said, still it needs to be matured. So that's what. And what we can do is we saw how to create the list from the different aspects. And let's create one list, the new list. Let me create an issue tracker or asset tracker. Okay, that's, yeah, asset manager. And we are going to use this template. Mhm. My asset manager demo. Okay, and demo list. I'm going to give few color. Okay, whatever it is, I'm going to create it on my lists. Okay, so that I don't want this particular item to be appear on any of the SharePoint sites. I'm going to keep this particular list for myself, and I'm going to now we will see how to share this particular list with few of my colleagues. Okay, few of my friends in the same tenant. Still there should be a way to share a particular list with the other tenant users or the guest users as well. We have not got any documentation around it. We are expecting. So to answer most of your questions, like keep in mind that it is not a matured and it is not a rolled out. So definitely as a developer we need few more documentations to deep dive here. That's the reason, like today it's going to be a, basically it is a first look kind of stuff, right? So think of that. And this is the list which we created now. And on this particular list I can share this list to few of my friends. Like let us assume that I have a friend called Surya. I'm going to share with them on this tenant. Okay, and I have a friend called Sham. Okay, I'll give the full control to them, grant access. So as soon as I grant access, this particular list will be shared, or this particular list will be appearing on their lists app. Okay, and let us quickly create. So that's what it is mentioned here. List app, import the data, list app in Teams and SharePoint. We saw how it works in the SharePoint, and in the Teams, I'm sorry, we may not be able to see that how it looks in the Teams, because in the Teams it is not at rolled out on my tenant also. But I will show you where exactly, because on a particular video, I'll at the end of this session, I'll give you a video. On that video, it is there, like the demo from Microsoft folks. They have given a demo, and on their tenant, the Teams integration is also clearly displayed. I request you to go through that once for the better understanding. And what we can do is configure and refine with the filter. It's the formatting, ready-made templates, all these things we have seen. The formatting we will see. Okay, so far it's very easy to create, it's very easy to share, it's very easy to, like, we have eight ready-made templates, and all these templates are very intuitive. And let me create an item. Asset 1 status, let me available manufacturer, it is going to be the Microsoft Surface Pro. Asset type, it's a laptop, and the color, it's going to be the black color. For me, the serial number, I'm giving some date, the purchase date, order number, all these things, and who is the current owner for that, and the current owner for that, and who's the previous owner. I'm saying that Sham is going to be the Sham was the previous owner. Okay, and if you have a look on it, if I try to resolve any user who's not been shared with this list, their name will not appear. I tried with the name called some name, like I have another user, but whenever I click, it's not getting saved on it. Okay, so because this particular list is not shared with them. And okay, and the attachments, okay, I'm saving it. And we have few other cool formats or cool views. So here I'm having a view called asset gallery. This asset gallery, it's having a very clear, or it's a card kind of display. If I have more than one item, it's coming as a card, like it's coming as a cards like this. So like here, if I upload any image, that image will appear here. We can customize this card also. So all these views and items are JSON, but as I said, we cannot, like, we can customize this edit form also. Many of the features they are planning to roll out by September, but on this walkthrough, what they have given is, we can customize this cards list, we can customize this edit form also, we can customize this edit column, what are all the columns we need to be appearing on the edit form. So all these things we can customize, and when I save this from my lists, it will be appearing, it will start appearing on the SharePoint, or it will start appearing on the team sites, teams as well. So those things are very cool features. What we have seen, like creating some views, customizing the edit forms, and customizing the columns. And what we can do is, let's quickly have a look on the formatting of the list view. So let me go back to the all items, and I want to highlight this available, like whatever it is, the status is available and the manufacturer is Microsoft. I want to highlight this row. So what we can do is, let's quickly go here, and you can see a value called a format column view. And still many of us might be looking at, still I have the format column in the modern list itself. So what's the difference between here? So in the modern column, modern SharePoint list, we need, we need the JSON, or we need a basic understanding about the JSON objects. But here, as a power user, what I can do is, let me quickly go, and I can add, if the status is equal to available, and if the manufacturer is equal to Microsoft, then make it as highlight. And in the advanced mode, I can get the JSON as it is. And still you can customize this JSON, and still you can customize whether the entire row or you want to make this particular column. I'm going to with that particular column. Okay, so the entire row, customize, add the value if the status is equal to available, and the sample text will be something like this. Save it, close it. So this is how it will looks like. And in future, if at all I want to highlight only this particular column, we can do it. For that we can add n number of rules also. So this is how the formatting, list formatting can appear. And the next important thing is, I'll show you one more thing. The available templates we saw, as of now there are 8 templates. All these 8 are very specific to a particular thing. And the issue tracker, employee onboarding, event itinerary, and asset manager, recruitment tracker, travel request, work progress tracker, content scheduler. So all these things are very basic templates. Either you can start using it, start inheriting these templates and start customizing your own. So that's the one. And the formatting which we saw, it's very quick edit, provides bulk edit operations. Yep, there is an option called the quick edit. Here if you have a look on it, there is an option called quick edit. All these things are there, like still it is there in the modern SharePoint sites also. Yep, I agree to that. And the conditional formatting highlights data and the focuses attention. Default views help visualize your information. So we have few views called the default view. Gallery view, just now we saw, right? It is nothing but it looks like a card. Similarly, the calendar view is also there. The calendar view, like I request the audience to start creating an issue tracker. Now we created an asset manager. For that, I showed you how the gallery view will be. For the issue tracker, the best fit for the calendar view is the issue tracker. I request you to create an issue tracker list, add few issues on it, go to the calendar view. You will be amazed. It looks like exactly that particular list or that item, on which date it is created. On that date, it comes as an event on the calendar view. It looks very good. And create your own custom use. We can create our own custom use. So this is how the view looks like, the grid view I saw you, the gallery, right? So the gallery, it will be looking like this, and the calendar view will looks like this. And now let's have a look on the flows and automation. So this flow, as I said, it's not like, let me quickly exit from this. So the flow here, it will get automatically. The same thing appears on our modern SharePoint site also. I agree to that. But here, on the demo, on the day of the build, they have showed a new feature called creating a rule. Creating a rule, I explained you at the beginning of the demo itself, at the beginning of the session itself. What is the rule? It is, yes, let us assume that I am a power user. I'm not sure, like I don't have anything, I don't know about anything about the flows or the workflows or the Nintex workflows, whatever it is. But still I want to create a workflow, but still I want to be notified. I don't, at the same time, I don't want the alert me also, because alert me, what it will do, it will only alert you. Alert like if I'm creating, I can create an alerts for myself alone. I cannot write a rule that whenever a defect or whenever an asset has been assigned to you, then you should get an intimation, then you should get alerted. So for these kind of information, we have a very simple rule: create rules. So I will create few rules. Based upon that, the system, the Office 365 itself, it will send an email. So that's how it looks like. So this is the rules. So rules, I can like notify someone when a column changed, notify a column value changed to something else, a new item got created, an item is deleted. So as of now there are 4 events. You can create rule for either one among these 4 events. And the output of this will be sending an email. That's the ultimate objective of this rule. Okay. And with that, we have the Power Platform integration. As I said, even the list list itself, it's very tightly coupled with the Power App and the Power Automate, and you can have your own custom Power Apps here. If you have a look on it, you have create an app for this particular list. You can start creating with the Power App Studio. So it will obviously you will get a new Power App, and you can create an app, and that app can appear instead of this edit form. You can create an edit form app by using the Power App, and you can start displaying it. If you don't want this to be line, I'm shading like I don't want to, I want to use this particular landscape, also this particular real estate. So what I can do is I can move the status to here by using the Power App, and that app we can do. So that's one thing. And the Power Automate, always we know that lists are very much tightly coupled with the Power Automate. Whenever we create a new item, and even the flow will get triggered, and it is having a lot of connectors. So all these things are still the same thing with the Microsoft lists also. And one thing before moving on to the summary, let me quickly show you how exactly the teams is going to appear. So the teams, I have a dummy team. One sec, let me open my teams itself. Give me a minute. Teams dot microsoft.com. Okay. Okay. So let me go to my list. Okay, MS list. This is one of the new team which I created, but it's not successful. Like as I said, whenever I want, like on the demo, I saw we can add a particular tab and search for lists. It will get appear. For me, it is not yet rolled out. So instead, like as of now, what I will do, I'll create a SharePoint, and I will try to add a list from this SharePoint. So those things are still working. So these things, it is still working. I add a SharePoint, and here you will get a tab. Give me a minute. So this is a lazy loading. It's happening. Yeah. So here I can no lists on this site. So if I go back to that team site, let me go to this team site, MS list. Every team will have its corresponding team site, right? If I create a list inside that team site, that list will start appearing here. I can select it. So this things still it is there, but what they proposed is you can add that list as an app itself here. So it will appear this kind of a logo, it will appear here. So that's what it has been promised, and let's wait for a month so that all the features will get rolled out. And the next steps should be, as a power user, start exploring all the features of the list. And as a developer, we need to think, or we need to explore how we can start customizing this list, how we can provision this. Basically the next potential things will be provisioning the list, MS lists app through graph API, and through the PowerShell, and through the PNP.js, and through the PNP CSOM. So all these things will be used as a developer to provision the MS lists and start customizing it. So that's it with the Microsoft lists as a separate app. That's the first look which we can cover as much. And what are all the things we have seen? We have seen a small brief introduction, and we saw how to create, how to play around with the basic lists. And with that, now we have few minutes for the questions, and the questions Suhas will consolidate. Yep. And thanks once again. If you want to reach me for any other SharePoint related stuff, very well, you can reach me on satish at sppals.com, and you can follow me on the Twitter. And the important thing is, like, please be follow the sharepointpals.com website, where you will get a lot more new releases. Okay. Now let's go back to the question. Suhas, do we
Yeah.
have any questions, Suhas?
Um, I think till now there are no questions. Satish, I think we shall wait for a couple of minutes.
Yep,
and see if there are any questions.
sure. Hope you guys enjoyed the session.
Okay. Okay, Satish. I think there are no questions. So, guys, as Satish mentioned, like this is his Twitter ID. Like, if you have any doubts, you can reach out to him. The ID is contact Satish. Like, you can reach out to him using this Twitter ID. Yeah, thanks, Satish. Thanks for your time.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Suhas and Sundaram, for this opportunity. It's very well organized. Yep.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thank
bro.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have Jay Kumar. He'll share his ideas on some interesting concept in Microsoft Build. So over to you, Jay Kumar.
Yeah, thank you. Let me share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah, are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, yes, Jay Kumar.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Sivas. So, hello all. Welcome to Microsoft Build Recap 2020 organized by Talkify community. So, thanks to Suvas and Sundaram and the other organizers for this opportunity. So, myself, Jay Kumar. So I'm working as a product lead at Supply, and I'm a Microsoft certified trainer and a certified solution developer. So these are my contact details. So you'll be able to keep in touch with me post session. So if you have any queries. So let's get into our topic. So what we are going to see today from the Microsoft Build latest. So this is going to be our topic. The what is the importance of Microsoft Identity Platform? Okay. So apart from the Microsoft, in general, identity platform is a very essential one, which is being followed in all the organizations before to cloud as well. For example, when we come to cloud, the identity platform gets more easier. That's the one great advantage we have with cloud. Previously, whatever the organizations, we will be maintaining our use AD accounts like Active Directory will be that. Now we have Azure Active Directory where everything is synced. But previously we have some Active Directory which is maintained in the on-premise, and our user accounts all will be synced up with that Active Directory. And whatever the applications that we build, we will be enabling that user management through the Active Directory, and there will be some set of admins will be there. So now in the cloud days, it's not mean that we can move everything to cloud. Still, we have some problem because most of the organizations are still being a hybrid environment, using a hybrid cloud environment. So what is hybrid cloud environment? So most of the people know that it's a combination of your own private cloud and your own public clouds, right? So some of the applications will be running in your private environments, like for example, if you have your own on-premise servers, you may be hosting your web applications. For example, in Windows, it will be an IIS, and maybe you'll be using your SQL within your on-premise server. But the remaining stuffs, like maybe if you're using any kind of bots or logic apps, or if there is any other cognitive things, that will be hosted in Azure. So here, your both on-premise server and your online cloud servers need to be contact. So that's one challenge because this is called hybrid environment. Whatever the environment, the identity plays key role, because that manages your users and manages the permissions of the users, what kind of roles that user can have, what what are the areas that user can access within the application. This all comes under the identity management. So the main challenge faced by IT pros or the whatever the developers is when we completely move all these steps to cloud, because the even though we have single identity, the problem exists here is we will have multiple technologies involved within a single application. That's the problem. So how we are going to manage all these steps? So let's see some basics of why we need this identity platform and what is the importance of managing an identity for an organization. So let's assume something like this. So in earlier days, this is how on-premise servers works, right? So we have our on-premise environment. I mean, the whatever the data that is being managed by an organization, everything resides in your office premises. You cannot access it outside the premises. For example, if you want to take any email, or if you want to push something, you need to go to office, and within your office network only you should be able to do it. So obviously it's protected, because apart from this identity managed through the systems or softwares, we'll be having our office uh, uh, with the proper security, and we will be having all the security compliances implemented within our office. Nothing can go out of our office, and no one can unauthorized people can come inside our office. So that's how it's already secure. But in now in the cloud days, as you know, we can access everything from anywhere, right? For example, if you take this cloud, this COVID situation also, you're not in your office, all of them are working from our work, our home, right? So we are accessing all our office data through cloud, and we are accessing our all the office related stuff through cloud from where we are sitting, right? So this is how now works. So we are accessing everything. There is no security, right? So we are accessing all the data from wherever we, and there is no proper way of security implemented. So what happens with this? So we know that in cloud we have everything security implemented. So there are a lot of cloud securities involved for all the providers, but still we consider there is a problem. Why there is a problem? The problem is, as long as we open it for everyone, so we now our systems looks like this, right? So our office premises data is available through the cloud by different providers, like either it is Azure or Microsoft or Google or Amazon, whatever. We have different ways to connect to our data. That means we have multiple ways. If you see even in the slide, if you are using a SaaS or Office 365, there is one way to access your data through Office 365. And if you're using any IaaS platform, these much providers are there. And you'll be having your remote devices, like either it's a laptop, or if you're having your own mobile phone, or if that is any background system that is running through IoT, or whatever the stuff, it's all connecting to your Office data. So we have multiple open points, I mean, open ways to connect your data. That's how the problem comes. As long as we have multiple ways to connect our data, there will be a lot, the same ways is available for the hackers or the attackers also to come in the between and get access to our data. That's where the problem comes, and that's where we need identity. That's the importance of identity uh, when we come into cloud majorly, because cloud only opens this much ways to our data, right? So that's how the identity platform plays a big role. Now if you see, so okay, what's the solution for this? So we have a lot of open platforms to access our data. So what's the solution? That's why we are, the organizations are moving towards this logic. Like there's a new solution that's been implemented, like a kind of architecture. So it's not a technology you need to implement this technology, or it is a kind of some architecture or the platform to implement. It is an approach how you are going to secure your data. So that's how this new security comes in place. So never trust anyone. So as you know, you should not trust anyone or any people or any device. Always you should verify whatever the device, whatever the person, or whatever the access, or whatever the data that comes into your system. You need to verify that every time. You need to verify. That's the single motto of this thing. Okay, what's the technical term for this one? Okay, new security. What's the name of this approach? Let's reveal that. So it is a zero trust identity model. So zero trust, as I said, never trust and zero trust, same, right? You should not touch your devices that is connected to your data. You zero trust on your data. Whatever the data comes into your system, you should not trust it. Whatever the networks that people are accessing your data. For example, as you know, we are accessing the our company data from cloud, right? That means we are using our own network. It is not even within your office network. You using your own mobile network, or you are using your own broadbands or whatever. That is not secured, right? It is our own private network, we will not consider that much security while accessing our organization data. But if it is in your organization, there will be some lot of firewalls will be there, and some maybe some VPN networks will be there. So we can assure at some extent that suppose if you are accessing the same data within our organization, it is somewhat secure. But not in this situation where we are all working from home, right? This is also one other major problem. So you should not trust your networks, or also the workloads, whatever the workloads involved in your application, you should not trust that also. Whatever the people or users who is accessing your data, because you don't know whether the proper user is accessing it, or if it is a proxy. Because suppose even if it is if your users username or credential being leaked to anyone, then it is obviously hacked, right? So you should be having multi-level of verification process to make sure that your data is secure. That's how it is zero trust identity model. This is a new approach that is being implemented around the organizations. It's nearly around 50 to 55 percentage of organization has implemented this approach, and some 15 to 20 percentage is in the progress of implementing, and remaining are still, I think, they're thinking about it, but it should be implemented. Now, why we need this identity and access management? As I said in previous slide, so we there will be, it enables the easy accessible from anywhere. Now we are easily accessing all our data, right, from the where that we are sitting. For example, I'm in my home. Maybe you'll be in your home or whatever the place. You are accessing it easily with in your hand, like you are using WhatsApp, something like that. It eases our way and it is the accessible. So how it happens? All because of this identity, because you will be having some multi-factor authentication enabled, or that you are crossing multiple levels of authentications to access your system, but you may not aware of that, because in the background it's all linked with single sign-on. So as you know that single sign-on, with a single login, you'll be able to connect with your data. And also it encourages to connect the different parts, between the different connection between the different parts, like we accessing the same data from our mobile. For example, if you take Outlook or Teams, and you are accessing the same data through your laptop or the browser or wherever you go, even if it is not in your personal system, you will be able to access the data from any of your friends or colleagues system, right? But there also comes another problem, security issue, because it is not advisable to access the organization data from whatever the device that user it feels comfortable, right? That is also not acceptable. So there also comes that is also a part of identity called device management. It is possible to manage all your devices. For example, in the Microsoft, we have a Microsoft Intune, where you can manage all the devices that are connected through your Active Directory, and you should be able to track it, what permissions that device should have, and what all the applications that device can manage for your organization. All things you should be able to do, decide it. And also it improves productivity. How it improves productivity? For example, in in the older days, for example, if there is no cloud, or if there is something, what we will do, if any new user onboarded, we'll be raising some request to our admin that he or she needs to grant permission uh, to the user who is newly onboarded, like whatever the service that he need to access, what are the application that he need to access, everything. There will be some request and approval process, a long process involved. But when it comes all to that Microsoft identity, or it is the cloud platform, there is no such delays. Whatever the new user onboarded, he will get all his access within a go, because everything is grouped and everything is collected and placed in a single place to be manageable, and it is easy to manage the resources over time, and it optimizes the user experience. So as I said now, so if you're logging into your any application, you are not doing multiple authentications, right? So even though you have multiple applications, maybe within our organization or outside your organization, you have everything enabled, like with using a single sign-on. You are doing only one single sign authentication with a single username password, and you will be granted permission to access other applications as well. So you no need to remember the multiple username passwords. So that ways it eases the user experience. So it that way also the user can be more productive. And secure your brand at all levels. That means, so whatever the identity that you implement, you should be able to make your branding also implemented as a part of organization. So whenever you try to sign into any of these authenticated apps, you will be able to project your brand, what you do, and how the users is accessing, what is the purpose of this app. So these are the key components are involved that as a developer, these are the key components that we need to consider while implementing this identity within our application. Like we all know that OAuth 2.0 and OpenID Connect. This is a major thing that is being involved, which also ensures that Azure AD authentication. But we have a lot of packages available for this for .NET or Node.js like that. Then some open source libraries like MSAL authentication libraries are available for JavaScript as well, so which can be easily integrated. Again, within the security, you have everything as a package, and even you can manage this Azure this identity using the management portal in the Azure. So Azure, there's separate section for identity using the app Active Directory section. You should be able to manage all the applications that are that are being used this identity, and what are the permissions or roles that is being granted for the specific applications. We will see a demo at the end so that you get some bit of ideas of how uh, this application identity is being worked, so that you get some basic idea. So basically, this is how the Microsoft Identity Platform works. So whatever the application, either because we no need to think that okay, it is only the server-side application can implement this identity because it deals with a lot of server-related stuff. It's not like that. Whatever the application that you build, for all the kind of application, Microsoft supports this identity platform integrations. For example, if you take either it is a single-page application, that means either your Angular or kind of app, or if it is a regular web app or using your app services, or it is regular web API, or if there is any background tasks that are running, something like for example, if you take any Azure functions or any events that is running in the background, or even your mobile app which is nothing to do with this web, even that mobile app can also able to implement this identity, or the desktop apps also. For all these case, the major advantage is you could be able to manage everything in your Azure portal, and you should be able to implement this authentication platform. So this is how it works. So you'll be basically, how it works is you'll be registering an app within your Active Directory, and you will be mentioning that what is the purpose of this app, and what permissions that this app should allow to the application. Like for example, if you need to access any Graph API, or if you need to access any other services within Microsoft, or if you want to access any third-party application, that is also possible. Since this identity comes within Microsoft, it doesn't mean that you should be able to implement identity providers only for Microsoft provider like Azure Active Directory. You should be able to incorporate other providers as well. Like for example, if you want to integrate, or if you want to implement Facebook as your identity provider to identity your user, it is also possible. And also, if you want to implement any Twitter-based authentication, for example, when you log into your application, it will ask your Twitter ID to log in, or if you ask your Facebook, or it will ask your Google ID to log in. That is also possible with just a couple of clicks. For example, whenever you go to some page, and if you sign up, it will ask either you want to log in with the Facebook or Google or Twitter, like that. So that kind of other third-party providers also possible within this Microsoft Identity Platform. Okay, what are types of account types that is being allowed within the Microsoft public cloud? So if you are building any single line of business applications, for example, that is called single tenant. Tenant in the sense, the tenant is a one that is tied up with your Active Directory. I hope you know that tenant. So the directory that is listed in your Azure subscriptions is called that tenant. For example, if you're building your own application that is being accessed only within your organization, only by the users that have the ADs synced with for those users, you can go with the single tenant. In that case, it will not be allowed by any of the users outside our organization, or any of the users with personal accounts will not be able to access it. For example, if you are using any internet service, if you are an internet service vendors, or for example, if you are building any SaaS based product, I hope you know SaaS based product. Even uh, suppose that kind of SaaS based products will involve multiple organizations, right? You have a single platform and where multiple tenants will come and sign up for your product. In that case, you should be able to give multi tenant, because even it is a SaaS based product, you need to manage and you need to decide what are the organizations or what are the clients should have permission to your application, and you should be able to manage. The same way for your vendors, as for your clients as well, they should be able to see which application is accessing their data. Because when for example, if any organization comes to sign up your product, and obviously you are going to access their data from their tenant, from their directory, correct? So in that case, you will be providing the same application AD app that will be reflected on their tenant, and they should be able to see what are the permissions that this app is using. And in this case, as you know, since it deals with Microsoft, you could have some two different accounts, either work or school personal accounts. That is also manageable. And coming to the third one, B2C application, so which is a major part. I hope you know what is B2C, like business to customer based application, where you should be able to integrate that social identities, where we have a separate AD platform called Azure AD B2C. That is a separate directory. The social identities is in the sense like if it is a Facebook or any Twitter or any other social platform. So what it says, Azure AD B2C. That means apart from the regular identity and access management, that's a separate setup called customer identity access management. That means any of the user across the world which who is not related to any of the organization, I mean an end user, who can access your data. The thing is that Azure Active Directory customer identity access management plays a role. If you see in this diagram, so the customer can from any of the platform, either he may be a Twitter user, or he may be a Facebook user, or he have his own Microsoft personal account like Hotmail or Outlook, something like that, or it is a Google, LinkedIn, Amazon, whatever application, or if it is a government IDs, whatever, anything can access your data, the business related data. How it is being accessed? It is accessed through your API or web app, which is your client application, or any mobile app that will be integrated with your Azure Active Directory B2C customer based application. So this is how it works. So the user from any of these social media will access your apps through the B2C identity platform, and it will the some standards will be applied to collect the data from the data source that is behind your uh, application system. That system can be in either in your on premises or it can be in the cloud. That's one other advantage of this identity, because since it is in Azure, it doesn't mean that your application or your data or your database has to be only in the cloud to implement this identity and access management system, because this also deals with on-premises server, and that's how the hybrid plays role, which we discussed in our first slide. So the hybrid, in the sense, both you should be able to manage your some of the applications in cloud and some of the applications in your on-premise server, and you can build a common bridge like this any network gateway or this kind of identities managed at the central location using the Azure. Now let's see some demo. So how it works, so that you should be able to get some idea. So let me share my screen again. Uh, yes, Suhas, please project my screen. Yeah, thank you. So now, so this is my Azure portal. So let's go ahead and create some one app service, and let's see how this identity thing works. For example, if I'm going to create an app service, this is something like you are going to host some web application in your Azure platform. Let me create something. be fast, so we don't need to worry about the timing for this stuff. I'm choosing .NET Core. Let's disable it for now. It's been submitting for the deployment. So let me close this. Yeah, my app service got created. Let's see the URL. I just created build recap 3. So let me copy the URL. Now if I go to, this is one incognito tab. So I'm just hitting the URL. Whenever you create an app service, this is obviously it's going to be public. It's no authentication is implemented unless until you have implemented within your application. If you have not integrated any authentication within your application, it will be open like this. Now even you can also access this application from your machine if you are watching this session. So but how we are going to ensure, suppose if you have some data that is sensitive, how we are going to ensure, are you going to write any of the code like the high security code to make this data secure? We don't need to do that as well, because we have an explicit option available within, for example, I have taken Azure App Service as an example. So I'm just going this one. If you go to this authentication section, you'll be seeing app service here authentication. And you have, as I said, you have this many options available. Either you can implement the authentication with Active Directory or Microsoft personal account or Facebook, Google, Twitter, whatever you can decide. If it is an anonymous authentication, I'm going with login with Azure Active Directory. Now I need to configure this Active Directory. Actually, I'm showing you that how it works at the developer point of view, and I'll be showing you how as an admin, how you can manage the identity of this application in your Azure portal. So here, if you see, it will create an app. This is what we talk about. We need to register an app and we need to grant the permissions. But in Azure, since this is all integrated, whatever the application that you plan to implement this kind of identity, you have an explicit option which you can enable with just couple of clicks. For example, I have an express option where I can create an ID app or I can choose an existing app. So if I go with existing app, it will list all the applications that I have created. But let me create something new. So let it create. Now if you see, to create an Active Directory app, I just give the name. I have not given anything. Now let me save it. Now some authentication is enabled for this app. For example, build recap 3. Now let's go and refresh this page. Yeah, now it has not displayed my data, right? So it's asking me to sign in. So I have implemented my identity at the first level because previously the app was not secure. Now it is asking me to sign in. I cannot log in. I mean, I cannot view the application data or even any of the data within this application before I log in. So let me log in. Let me log in with some different account, because I have enabled this using my personal account for which is different directory. What happens if I log in using this? Yeah. So now it allows me to log in, right? So we need to enable this kind of identity. Now let's see how this is from developer perspective. Now let's see how, as an admin or as a Azure administrator, how you can manage this application from your Active Directory. For example, let me go to the home screen again and let me open up this Azure Active Directory. Okay, So this is the Azure Active Directory. So now if you go and see here in the left side pane, there is an option called app registrations. So in the app registrations, you should be able to find all your applications. So this is that is created by you. For example, if you see the build recap 3 and build recap 20 and all other applications that I have created. So now if we log into this application, uh, here you should be able to manage your branding. The first case, as I said in between our slides, you should be able to manage the branding or name, whatever the stuff. For example, if you want to give any terms and service or privacy overall, you need to rebuild your branding over here. You should be able to do it. For example, let me set it for Talkify. I have uploaded to some logo. We can give some URL. Let me take some privacy URL from Microsoft for now. I have applied the branding for my application. So now if I go and hit the same application, I think the URL is build recap 3. Now again it will, since it's an incognito window, I just closed and reopened this again. Now again it will ask me to log in. Okay, I have already granted the permission, so I think it is not asking me to, it's not showing me that pop-up. So let me show you how to remove it so that we can get it again and how we can manage it. So here if you look at this API permission, so here we can grant the permission, what are the data that this application can access. Suppose if you have integrated uh, any API or built any business logic that needs to access your data, like if it is a Microsoft Graph or DevOps related data, or any Office 365 related data, for example, Outlook or Teams or PCs, Azure related data, everything you should be able to control it from here. For example, let me go and select one permission. Let me go with Microsoft Graph. So here it lists all kind of permissions, that what are the permissions that are enabled for this application, or that we can give permission to this application. For example, if your application wants to access only your for example meeting or calls, or for example if it wants to access only your Outlook related data. Command and mail. Yeah, mailbox. Suppose if you want to allow your application to read the mails in the or read your mailbox setting, you can grant only those two permissions. Then you just go and grant it. Once we update the permission, we need to log in again. Since we have updated the permission, it will ask the users to log in to the application again, because we need to get the users consent before they access it. If they reject it, they will not be able to access it. Okay. Now next, how we manage it. For example, if you go to enterprise applications, so you should be able to see all the applications that your organization directory is accessed. For example, I have created one app within this organization and I have implemented it. So I should be able to see within this enterprise application. So what we can do from here in enterprise application, so you should be able to grant manage the users and groups. What are the users should have permission for this? For example, I have granted permission to this user. Suppose if I have removed this user, or if I want to restrict any user based permission and this user should not log in. For example, I have granted permission for this admin at concat group something. Suppose if I want to restrict the permission and only specific users want to access this, you should be able to manage it from here. Let's go to that same. In properties, you need to enable this user assignment tracker. If by default it will be disabled, so whoever the user comes in, logs into your application, with the proper active directory, they should be able to access. Now I have enabled this one. So now if I'm going to save it, so this is how you are going to enable one other additional level, so that only specific users will be able to access it. Now I'm going to this users and groups and removing this user. Once I remove this, it will ask me to log in again. See, I'm getting a page that you do not have permission to view this directory page. So previously it's openly allowed me, since I have my directory, I am a valid AD user, it allowed me. But now as an administrator, I have logged into the application, the specific Active Directory application build recap 3, which is created when we create our app service, and I have restricted. Now if I want to grant permission to only specific users, for example, where this use case will fit. For example, if you're creating one SaaS based application or whatever the application, and you have some admin controls, or that has to be managed only by few users, or some financial controls that has to be managed by only the finance members, there also you need to implement this AD authentication. But you should not allow all the users to access it, right? You need to restrict it to specific users, so it is not accessible from anyone. That's how this thing plays. For example, I'm going with this, I'm adding this user role default access. I have granted the permission. So let's see. Let's log into this application again. Now it allows me. So this is how you should be able to manage your identities. This is just only related to the application, but still you should be able to your other devices as well. Like in Tunes, you should be able to manage your identity for your devices that are connected to your application using Microsoft Intunes. And if you want to get any logs, usage insights also, you'd be able to get it within this AD application. Uh, since since this is a basic subscription, I don't have that permission. Or if you have any implemented any federated security for the government related stuff, you should be able to do that as well. So So I guess I have covered the maximum of stuff that I planned for today, like how you can manage the identity and what is the benefit of identity management in the cloud world. So that's all for today, guys. If you have any queries related this session or any other queries related to Azure something, you can get in touch with me. I'll be available in most of the platforms. So it's a time for the question session. So Subhas, do you have any question?
Yeah. Yeah, so thanks, Jay Kumar. Thanks for your session. So we'll wait for a couple of minutes and we'll see if there
Okay.
are questions. Okay. Yeah, I think there are no questions. So if you have any questions, like you can reach out to him in this Twitter handle, Jai Kumar B. You can reach out to his handle if you want to clarify any doubts. Yeah, thanks, Jai Kumar.
Yeah, thank you, team, for the chance.
Okay, so next up we have Niveta. So she's gonna share her thoughts on what's new in Azure Databricks. So over to you, Niveta.
Hello, Sundram. Okay, I'll just share my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible, Niveta. You can start.
Okay. So I would like to thank Sundram and the Talklify team for giving this opportunity. Thanks, team. So today I'm going to talk about Azure Databricks and the recent releases that they have updated in the MS build. So before going into that, I'll just give a brief introduction about myself. I am Niveta Lakshmanan. I'm a software engineer working at Catch Software, and I have around 2 years of experience in this field. So today's agenda is like we'll see why do we need to choose Azure Databricks, what is it, and the components of Azure Databricks, and the recent updates that they have been announced in MS Build 2020, and we'll see in detail about Delta Lake and a small demo in it. So before going into Azure Databricks, what is it like? It is it is an ETL tool. ETL stands for extract, transform, and load. So we just extract the data from a source system and we do some kind of transformation. For example, if the the table that is there in the source system has around 12 columns, we don't need 12 columns for analytics purpose, right? We need for example, we need only 6 columns for getting the analytics. So what we'll do, like we'll use the select query to fetch only the required details using this select query, and we'll do some kind of aggregation if it is required. And once it is transformed in the Databricks, we'll just load it into a destination. Yeah. So this is what an ETL tool does. So same way, Azure Databricks is an ETL tool. It is just used for an analytics purpose. So we have so many analytics tools, right? So why do we need to choose Azure Databricks in specific? So we have some benefits, like why Azure Databricks. So the first thing is infrastructure management. Infrastructure management is like so before we write a code, before we get started with the code, what we'll do, we'll just set up our infrastructure. We'll set up our system by installing certain softwares to write a code, right? So the same way, in Azure Databricks, what you'll do is like you can directly go and write the code. You don't need to worry about the infrastructure part, where the scalability, the physical hardware failures, these are all will be covered by the Azure itself. We don't have to worry about it. So like the Azure Databricks will give you a place where you can write a code that is called a notebook. In that notebook, you can go and write the code directly. So you don't have to set up things before you write a code. So that is the main first thing. The second is collaboration. So collaboration is like, for example, if you wanted you to connect it with your team members, for example, if you take a source version control, what you will do, you'll collaborate with your team members, where you will send a pull request. The higher the higher member in the team will review the code and give you comments if it is if there is any change, right? The same way in this Azure Databricks also, you have a collaboration with your team members, where you can give your own comment to just to verify it, just to verify the code is being correct or not. Okay, you can just review the code in Azure Databricks. That is what the collaboration means. Third thing is automation. Automation means, for example, once you are done with the code, what you will do, you will go and run the CI/CD pipeline, right? You will go and run that CI/CD, where just to check whether the code that is being inserted is correct or not, is perfect or not. So same way in Azure Databricks also, you can automate your pipeline, automate your notebook by scheduling a job. For example, a customer, you have around 100 customers. The 100 customers, you just need to check whether the 100 customers are active or not. You just need to check the status of it. So what you'll do, you need to go and check each and every DB whether they are active or not, right? So instead of going and checking every DB, what you will do, like you will write a pipeline that will loop through all the databases and gives you the result whether the customer is active or not. So but you need to check this every day. You cannot go and run it every day. On every morning you cannot go and run that pipeline. So what you will do, like is like you will schedule a job. For example, every 2 hours, every 24 hours, you need to run this particular notebook. So you will just schedule a job and make it run every day. So you can do that in automations. Same like CI/CD, you can do that in Azure Databricks as well. Next is the security. Security is like, for example, you are just giving them the access. Okay, for example, everybody will not have the access to merge the code into a master in a source version control, right? The same way, you can give access, you can provide view access, a read access, or an admin access to each and every person in the team. So this is where the access comes in. So the code will be it comes under security, and the code will be secured enough. Next is, so these are all the things that is there in Databricks. That is why we are choosing Azure Databricks. The next is, we have seen why, then we have to see what, right? So what is Azure Databricks? It is a fast, easy, and a collaborative Apache Spark based analytics platform. So as it is said, it is very fast. You can get it run as fast as possible, and it is easy as well. It is everything can be done in a single click. So if you wanted to create a cluster, you can do that in a single click. If you wanted to create a notebook, you can do that as well. So it is a fast, easy, and collaborative Apache Spark based analytics platform. Then it supports multiple languages. For example, if you know Python, you can write the code in Python. If you know Scala, you can write the code in Scala. The same, the languages that is being supported in Apache Spark will be supported in Azure Databricks. So that is what it supports multiple languages. Then you can read data from multiple sources. Multiple sources means you can get the data from live streaming. You can get that from a data lake storage, or you can get that from a block storage, or you can get get the data from a Cosmos DB as well. You can get it from multiple sources. You can read data from multiple sources and do this ETL process. So I'll just explain you this diagram. The initial thing is like you need to initially ingest data. Okay, so for ingesting, you can do it through a Kafka. As I said, it is like a live. If you wanted to get the live streaming data, then you can use Kafka. And if you wanted to trigger something like an event hub or an IoT hub, you can do that as well. You can get that. You can get directly from a GitHub URL as well. You can get it from multiple sources. Okay, once it is ingested, what you'll do is like once you get it, you will just store it in your storage. Okay, the storage that is being combined with this Databricks is data lake storage. Okay, you can store it in your data lake storage. And once it is stored, what you'll do in Databricks in your notebook, you will just get the data, get the file from the data lake storage and do transformation in prep and train model. That is where you will actually transform the data. You will get it from the store and transform it in the Databricks. Once it is transformed or aggregated, or the changes that you wanted to do, the modification that you wanted to do will be done in Databricks. And once it is done, you will just store it, load it into a destination. It can either be a Cosmos DB or an SQL database or a data warehouse or any other services. Okay, so it is like you will just ingest and then store it in the data lake storage and do transformation in Databricks layer, and you will just load it in the any other DB like Cosmos DB or SQL database. So for example, if you wanted to get this loaded data in a dashboard, in an analytics a dashboard, what you will do, like you can integrate it with Power BI as well. You can integrate with it with Power BI and show the results in a dashboard manner, in a visualized manner. Okay, so this is what the Azure Databricks actually does. What it will do is like ingest, store it in the data lake storage, do some transformation in Azure Databricks, and load it into the destination. So that is what. So what are all the components available in Azure Databricks? So there are 5 components available in Azure Databricks. The first one is cluster. So cluster, what it will do is like it is the one that will actually run the code. Okay, so in clusters, if we have 2 things. One is a node, the other one is a type. Okay, the nodes of 2 types. One is a worker node and a driver node. Worker node is the node that will actually execute the task, actually execute the task that you are doing, that is there in the pipeline. Driver node will just coordinate those worker nodes and gets the work done. Okay, so it is like an orchestration function that will make the activities to run, right? The same way the worker node will execute the task, whereas the driver node will just coordinate the worker nodes. That's all. The second thing is types. There are 2 types of clusters. One is an interactive cluster, the other one is a job cluster. Interactive cluster is the actual cluster which will interact with multiple users to analyze the data. Just you can create a interactive cluster, and you can go and write code in that particular notebook attached to a cluster. Okay, whereas the job cluster, what the job cluster will do is like it will create a new cluster when there is a job running. Okay, for example, you have created a job, you have scheduled a job. At that time, it will create a new cluster, and does that job. Once the job is done, the cluster will itself gets terminated. So that is what the job clusters mean. Second thing is workspace. So workspace will organize all the folders that you have. For example, if you have notebook, libraries, so each and everything this workspace will take care of. You can give, I have told you before, right? You can give access to each and every person in the team, right? The same way you can give it to workspace as well. For example, in the team, if you have 5 members, only 2 members will have the access to workspace, then you can give that as well. Okay, next is you can set up a version control, like you can connect it to an Azure DevOps, GitHub and Bitbucket. You can connect it to these version controls as well. Next thing is libraries. If you wanted to use a third party library, you can install them and you can import them into your code. Okay, it is like as simple as that. I'll show all these components in the demo. So it is like if you wanted to install a third party library, you can install them and import them inside your code. That's all. The next thing is notebook. The fourth component is notebook. So notebook is I was keep on saying notebook. It is the place actually where you will write the code. Okay, the actual code resides here. So in the notebook you will write the code, right? So in that you can write the code in any Spark supported languages. For example, it can either be a Python or Scala or SQL, anything it can be, but that should support the Spark. Okay. Next is like notebook. You can create even workflows in the notebook. For example, your notebook comprises of 1,000 queries. What you will do, you cannot go on keep you can't keep those 1,000 queries in a single notebook. That might lower your performance as well. So what you'll do is like you will split those 1,000 queries into different notebooks. Like for it is like uh, single responsibility. You will split the 1,000 queries into different notebooks based on the responsibility that it is doing. What the base notebook will call each and every notebook and does the job. Okay, it calls the notebooks in a sequential manner. Okay, in a sequential manner, it will call each and every notebook and make sure that all the notebooks gets succeeded. Okay, so you can create workflows like that. Okay, a base notebook will call the other notebooks. Next thing is you can run directly or you can run these notebooks through a job. As I said before, there is a job. You can schedule a job and run those notebooks, run those pipelines that is there in the notebook. You can run directly as well by using the shift enter. Once you give shift enter, it can be debugged directly. And inside a notebook, you have a special feature called visualization. Visualization actually will give you the visual look of the data. For example, I told you like there are 6 columns that is being transformed and loaded, and I wanted to see those 6 columns in a bar diagram. What will I do is like I'll go and give this visualization and get a bar diagram to get the visual look of the data. Next is the collaboration. So I have told you like you can collaborate with your teammates, right? So this is where you actually collaborate. For example, if you have given a query in a cell, what the other team member will come and do is like if she wants to change any particular thing in that particular cell, what he'll do is just give a comment over that cell, just change these things. Okay, so like where in the real Azure, in the real Bitbucket and all, we'll do review, right? So same way you can collaborate here in the notebook as well. Next is the job. What this job will do is like it will just execute the notebook. That's all. You can run on demand as well as on schedule. Okay, you can create a schedule for every hour, for every 24 hours, for every month. You can do that and check. Next is like you need to monitor those runs, right? For example, you are running this thing on every morning. So what you will do is like you will monitor those runs. You will set up alerts. For example, if there is any failure in your job, it will immediately gives you an alert to your mail ID saying that the job has failed. So this is how you monitor and set up alerts. So I'll show all these components, how to create all these components in the demo. Next is the recent updates that they have announced in this MS Build 2020. First thing is Azure Active Directory authentication with REST API. In this, you can give an authentication with using REST API. What is AD? Active Directory authentication. What it means? It is just like you are just confirming your identity for that particular application. For example, you have an application, you need to give a login, username and password. For that, you need to give your mail ID and password, right? So this mail ID and password will be there in your AD. It will be checked into your AD. That will give your access token. So for example, the AD doesn't have a user like something that you enter as a username, right? If it is not there in the AD, what it will do is like it will throw it will throw the error that saying that we don't have a user like this. So for that AD authentication, you can do that with using the REST APIs in Azure Databricks. What it is, you can do it in two ways, right? You can get the authentication in two ways. The one is like you can use the ADAL library, that is Azure Active Directory Authentication Library. Using that library, you can get the access token for a user. You can use this. I can show this as well in the demo. It is like you will create an authentication. Once it is created, you will just add this Databricks as a in the API permission. Once it is done, you can get access through your APIs. The second thing is you can define a service principal in AD and get an access. Okay, you're just going to define the service principal inside your Active Directory, and that service principal will be included inside your Azure Databricks, and easily you can access your AD through REST API. Okay, the first thing is that. The second thing is like Databricks pool. Uh, they have created a new component called pool, where this pool will have the instances available readily. Okay, what this pool will do is like it actually reduces the cluster start time. How it will do is like when you are creating a pool, what you will do, you will just set the maximum instances that the pool can have and the minimum idle instances that it can have. So while creating a pool, you will just make sure that you will fill all these fields. So what it will do is like when the cluster wants to get instantiated, or when it is wanted to get started, what this pool will do is like will give the idle resources or idle instances that the pool has, will give that instance to a cluster to get started. So that is where the cluster gets easily started and reduces the cluster start time. So for example, if the pool has only two instances, and those instances were used by some other clusters, what it will do, it will not have any idle resources, right? What it will do is like it will expand by allocating a new instances by the instance provider. This will all will take care by the Databricks. Okay, so it will expand by allocating a new instance and gives it to the clusters. Once the cluster is done with with the work that the cluster wanted to do, it will return back the idle instances to the pool itself, so that the other cluster that is being attached to a pool can use this. Okay, so Databricks pool actually will reduce the cluster start time. I'll show in the demo like how to create a pool and how to attach that pool to a cluster. Next is Databricks container services. In this, if you wanted to customize your own containers, you can do that. What you will do is like you will specify a Docker image. For example, you have a base content, base configuration, everything. You can make that configuration as a Docker image when you create a cluster. So for this, you need to have certain requirements. For example, the first one is DBR is Databricks runtime should be 6.1 or above, and you need to enable this Databricks container services in your admin console. I'll show you like how to enable and disable it in the admin console. The next thing is you need to have your latest Docker daemon software in your system, and the path for each and every application we'll add it in our environmental variable, right? The same way you need to give the path in the environmental variable. Then okay, these are all the requirements that is need to be done. The steps that to specify a Docker image, what you'll do is like you have 3 steps. The first one is like you need to build your own base. Okay, for example, you have created a Docker base. As I told you, you will create a Docker base. Once you have created the Docker base, you will just push that base image to your Docker Hub registry. So Docker Hub will just get tested, like whether the image that you have given is right. So it will just get tested. Once it is all tested, you can launch your cluster. So what you will do, you can launch your cluster using two ways. One, using your Azure portal, or you can use your API. So if you wanted to launch a cluster using your API, using your Azure portal, when you create a new cluster, there will be an option called use Databricks container image. So when you click that, you can give your base image and proceed further. Okay, you can give that when you create a cluster. These you can customize containers only when you create a cluster. For that, you need to enable the Databricks container services in your admin console. So these are all the 3 steps that you need to follow to specify a Docker image. Next is Databricks autoloader. What this autoloader does is, like, it will incrementally and efficiently processes new data files that comes to the storage account. For example, the data lake storage. Okay, there will be like so many files coming in into the storage, right? So you will just process each and every data that is coming to the storage, and you will load it to the Databricks and process the data. That is what this autoloader does. It actually loads the data. It automatically loads the data to your Databricks just to process it. Okay, for this you need to have a Databricks runtime as 7.2 or above. So next is data lake. What this data lake will do is like, Delta Lake. Next is the Delta Lake. Delta Lake is the open source storage layer which will bring reliability to data lakes. So initially we were talking about data lake storage, which is combined with Databricks. So now Delta Lake is giving reliability to data lake. Okay, it is also kind of a storage system, but whereas this will run on top of data lake. Okay, data lake has certain problems or certain challenges that they are. So in order to overcome all these challenges, that's where the Delta Lake has come into the picture. It runs on top of the data lake and it supports all the Spark APIs. So what it will do is, like, there will be a raw format. Okay, we were talking about the data that is coming in the storage. So what the data can be? It can either be a CSV file or a JSON file or a log file, whatever it can be. It can be a text file. So what this Delta Lake will do is, like, we'll get the raw format, and once we are saving it in the Delta Lake, it will be in the Parquet format. It itself will change the raw format to a Parquet format, a JSON file to a Parquet format, anything like that. That will be in the Delta Lake. Okay. So, for example, we are assuming that the Parquet file is in the Delta Lake. Now, what we'll do is, like, we'll get that Parquet data into an Azure Databricks just to change it to a Delta format. This Delta format will actually makes you to get the data as fast as possible. It will optimize your query and give you the result as soon as possible. Okay, so what this will do is, like, you'll have a raw format. There, for example, a Parquet format. A Parquet format will be converted into a Delta format using Azure Databricks, using this command, dataframe.write.format to Delta. Okay, this will actually convert the Parquet format into a Delta format. Okay, so once the data is changed to a Delta format, we have certain benefits. So what are all the benefits? The first one is ACID transaction. ACID stands for atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability, right? So this ACID transaction will make sure that you can insert multiple data at the same time. You can do multiple merges at the same time. For example, if you wanted to write a particular data into a file, the same file can be read by some other user as well. Same time you can do write and read. Okay, so in that time you do not have to worry about it, right? So to make sure that the isolation level is perfect, that is where this asset transaction has come into the picture. Like you can do multiple merges, you can do read and write at the same time, you can concurrently insert data. So uh, to have those transactions, that is where the asset has come into the picture. Next is the efficient upsert. If as I told you, it is like you can update, insert, you can create whatever you want, you can do that efficiently. So that is what it is. Second benefit. Next one is the schema enforcement and schema validation. What this schema enforcement and schema validation does is like, initially you will load a data into a data lake storage. Like I told you, like you'll have a common storage and you will put that in you'll just ingest the data into a storage. What this file will itself create a schema for that table and puts it in a JSON file. So every time you create or upsert or insert a new row to that particular table, what it will do is like it goes and checks with the schema that is there in the JSON file. It goes and checks the schema and gives you tells you whether the schema that you have that you are trying to insert is correct. If for example, if you have around 12 columns, but mistakenly you have given only 11 columns in your insert query, what it will do is like immediately it throws an exception saying that the columns are mismatched. So that is where the schema enforcement and schema validation is being performed. This is a very good approach, because you cannot insert a invalid row into a table. Next is time travel. So for example, initially you will have a initial commit you will be inserting, and once after that you will check in, like you can add a new file, or you can edit a file, or you can remove a file as well. So what this time travel will do is like, for each and every change that you are doing, that there will have some kind of version number attached to it. Okay, what this time travel will do is like, if you wanted to go and get the earliest data that is inserted, if you wanted to get those files, you will just go and get that version, and if you click that version, you can get your oldest commit that you wanted to get it. So this is the time travel. It is like you are just moving back to the days and getting the older data. Next, the important two things is file compaction and z-order partitioning. So what file compaction does is like, we'll take an example. For example, we'll get the grade 12 or any grade. For example, in that grade you have around 4 sections. Each section will have around 30 students. Okay, we'll consider like this. In each there are 4 sections, right? So totally 120 students are there. So if you wanted to go and get a particular detail of a particular student, what you will do is like, you need to go check in the A section record, then to B section record. You need to linearly check, right? So for each and every section you need to go and check. But what this file compaction does is like, it will get all the smaller files, all the section data into a bigger file. A section in one file, B section in one file, C section in one file, and D section in one file. It will be like that. What this file compaction will do is like, it will combine all these 4 files into a larger file, just to make sure that it will be easy for z-order partitioning to get the specified data. So file compaction is like, you are colliding all the data. Next is like z-order partitioning. What this will do is like, it has a data skipping algorithm. What that data skipping algorithm is like, it will actually go in a z manner. Rather than going in a linear order, it will just do it in a z order, so that it can it will not actually have to read each and every data in the file. Okay, it keeps some of the data, and easily you can get the um, algorithm, easily you can get the data that is that you wanted to get. Okay, so this will actually will make your query even more faster to process the data. Okay, so we'll see a small demo on data delta lake. I'll just one second. I'll show you the demo now. So so for example, I'll start it from the first. To create a new resource, you will go to this thing, Azure Databricks. Inside this, you will create. So if you, I have already created it once, but I'm just showing you like how to create it. So you can give your resource group workspace name, whatever you wanted to do, you can give it and create it. So this is where you create your Databricks. So once it is created, you could able to see this kind of a screen where the Databricks has been created, and you can see all these details. Okay, once it is there, you should need to launch the workspace. Once you click this launch workspace, it will redirect you to us to an another website. um, to an another website, you need to log into it. So once it is login, it will give you this screen. Okay, so in this, if you want, initially you need to create a cluster. Okay, so I have told you there are two types of clusters. One is an interactive cluster, the other one is an automated cluster. So if you create a cluster, this will ask you certain details: cluster name, the mode, the pool. So for example, if you wanted to connected to a pool, what you will do is like you will go and create a new pool. So for that, so we have already created a pool, so it is there inside. So if you wanted to create, I'll show you how to create. So in this, you need to give your runtime version, and I have told you, like, once you enable the data container service in your admin console, you will have an option called use your own Docker container. So by clicking this, you can give your URL and the authentication purpose and all, you can use this part. And next thing is, you need to enable auto scaling, because when there is a demand, you need to auto scale it, right? You need to scale up. So that is what this enable auto scaling will do. And you need to make sure that you give terminate after some kind of minutes, else it will charge you more. So this is how you create a cluster. I have already created a cluster, so you can see it over here. So if you wanted to create a pool, you have to go inside this pools tab in the clusters. You need to create. I have told you before, you should give minimum idle instances and the maximum instances that it can have. Okay, so these two things are the important in creating a pool. So clusters, it is a interactive cluster. Now I have created a cluster as well and a pool as well. So what I'll do is like I'll go inside a, uh workspace. If I wanted to create a new notebook or a new folder, I can do that in like this. Okay, so once you have created a folder, it will be like this. So once it is created, you can create your own notebooks here. Okay, by creating your own notebook, you can do that as well. Okay, so I have created these many notebooks. So initially I wanted to run this notebook. Okay, what this notebook will do is like this actually comprises a COVID-19 data from January till May. Okay, so initially you will just get the list of files that is there inside Databricks dataset. Okay, inside your Databricks file system. Okay, it is just a storage system. Okay, it is just a file system where it comprises all the files that is there inside your Databricks, that the Databricks can access to it. Okay, so I'll just run this either by giving shift enter, or by giving run cell. Okay, this will take a little bit time. So in the meantime, I'll show you the admin console as well. So when you create a Databricks, you could able to see an admin console. Like, so once you click admin console, you can create your own team. Okay, you can give them admin access. You can give them anything you want. Okay, inside that, if you go and see the advanced tab, inside that you will see container services enabled for to specify a Docker image, you need to enable this. Okay, if you enable this only, you could use this for the Docker image checkbox in the cluster tab. Okay, if I disable it, it will be gone in that cluster page. Okay, you have to enable this just to use that just to customize your containers. Okay, so this is the Databricks part. Databricks container services part. So I'm just going back to the demo part. So this has given us the record. Just we are listing out the files that is there inside your Databricks datasets. Okay. Next is like the run COVID ETL is another one notebook. If you see it here, COVID ETL is another one notebook. Here in this notebook, I have just ingested it from a common path, and I have merged it, and I have just cleaned those data and given it. Okay, so this will actually take a lot of time to get the results. So I have just make sure that it is run already, and I'm just what I'm doing is like I'm getting that the above data inside a table called JHU underscore daily COVID. Okay, so I'm just running this query so that you could see the data that is being ingested and cleaned it up. Okay, so you can, if you want, if you see this notebook is of type of language Python, but if you want it to use an SQL query inside that, you can use it using a dollar percentage SQL, and you can use this query as well. Okay, so these are all the data that is there inside this table, inside this variable. Okay, so what next is like so for example, I am just taking certain data alone, and I am just indexing the data based on the state. Okay, so I'm just going to I'm just going to get the total confirmed cases and the death cases in a particular state. Okay, so this will actually give us the data. Okay, so if you wanted to see it in a bar diagram, I have told you, right, there is an option called visualization. This will actually give you a bar diagram or a scattered diagram, whatever you wanted to get, you can get it through this. Okay, this is a feature that is there inside the Databricks itself. You don't need to connect it to a Power BI. It is just the visualization part that is there inside your Databricks notebook itself. Okay, you can do that. You can get that as well. Okay, I'm just getting the total death and the positive cases in a particular state called Washington. I'm just processing it by a date order. Okay, based on the date, I'm getting this result. Okay. The next is, for example, you cannot directly go and calculate the death and the confirmed cases, right? What you'll do is like you will get the for example, in India, if you take, there will be so many million people living in this, right? Living in this country. What we'll do is like we'll go and consider all the million people. For that particular for that per 100k people, we'll just get the total cases and the deaths. That is where you will get the real data, right? Real data, real average, you will get it, right? So I'm just making in I'm just getting the cases or the deaths per 100k people. Okay, for that I've run a query in a Spark, where we'll have the query saying that we are just making sure that we are taking the count of 100k people and getting the cases and the deaths. Okay, and I am saving it in df_USA. Okay, I'll just run this. I am just getting the data per 100k people. So this will give you the result. So this has given next is like we need to consider the time also, right? For example, in India, at the end of March only the COVID has started, but in other countries it is like before it was started, right? So we need to normalize the data based on the time as well. So that is what this query will do. I'm just running it. So this gives you a result. Okay, so what I'm going to do is like I'm going to use a library, a third party library called Altair, Altair. Okay, using that library I'm just going to call another one notebook called prepare chart. If you see here, it will be here. So prepare chart notebook, and I'm going to run that notebook just to get the cases and the deaths per 100k people. Okay, per capita I'm going to get the results, and it is going to be like a map. Okay, like the places that is there will be highlighted in a red spots. So this will take a little time for this. So I've told you, like I've installed a third party library. So I'll show you like how to install a library to it. If you have to create a new folder called libraries. Inside that you need to create a new library. So for that, if you wanted to create it, give create and then library. Inside this you will see this kind of a UI, where if you wanted to give a BPFs or whatever you wanted to. If the library is inside your Databricks file system, you can get it through your file path. Or if you wanted to upload it from your from the jar file, you can do that as well, or a WHL. So these things and all based on the extension that you wanted to do, you can do it and create it. Okay, I have created with the WHL format. See, so if you see, it is a WHL format. I have installed this from the Google, and I've just I have just installed it to the particular cluster. For example, if you have more than 2-3 clusters, what you will do is like you will install only for the clusters that it is required. Okay, so this is how you create a library. Next, okay, we'll go back to the demo part. So actually this has given the uh, map. So here if you see the cases per 100k people between the date and time. So first we have normalized based on the under k 100k people, then based on the date. Okay, so we are just merging those two data and just combining the cases. Okay, if you wanted to get day by day number, that also you can do it. Okay, you can do that as well. So if you see the map, you could able to see the places where it all got infected, or the confirmed cases or the death cases. Okay, so so far what we have done is like we have ingested, we have cleaned up the data, and we are just loading, we are just transforming, right? We have just transformed the data. Now what we are going to do is like we are going to use a delta lake. delta lake is nothing but we are just changing the format to a delta format by using this command. We are just changing it to a delta format just to get the query run faster, just to make sure that the query gets runs faster. Okay. So now what I'm doing is like daily pop is the table that I'm going to convert it to a delta format and just going to partition by the state. That's all. Okay. I'm just going to partition it. That's all. Okay. What this will do is like this will save the data, data that is there inside JHU underscore daily underscore pop will be saved in a delta format. That's all. The next what I'm doing is like I am using a file compaction in this only one data, right? So I'm not using file compaction directly. I'm using a z order method, z order partitioning, just to get the data, get it faster. Okay. So I forgot to run this. This will take a little bit time because we are converting the data. So in this what I'm doing is like I am getting the new data table, new table called this one. If it is not there, if it is not there, we are just creating a new table using delta is kind of query that will used for form delta format, and the location that is that the delta format is there. Okay. I'm just giving you, I have saved it in this location. I'm just getting back this location, getting back the data from this location, put and creating a new table called jhu underscore daily underscore pop delta lake. Inside that I'll just say get the data. Okay. So this might take a little bit of time. So I've told you like we need to attach the notebook to a cluster, right? If you are not attached to a cluster, then you couldn't able to run this query. Okay, you cannot able to run this query. And many things I've told you inside this notebook. You can see so many things. You can see your keyboard controls. If you wanted to use a shortcut, you can view it over here. And this is the um, job. Okay. I'll show you like how to create a job as well. I forgot to show you. This is like I've created a demo job already. You can see the jobs that is uh, attached to this notebook. And next is like you can give comments. I've told you can collaborate with your teammates. So by giving a click to some of the cells and give a comment over it. So this is where you give a comment. And if you wanted to go and get the data, the earlier files, time travel, that you can do it over here. Okay. If you wanted to get this data like 11th August data, you can go and get that. Okay. So this is the time travel. Okay. I'm just going back to the Delta Lake that might have processed the data. Yes. So it has been converted to a Delta format and saved in the location. Okay. Next, what I'm doing is like I am just creating a new table and putting the saved Delta format file into that table, and I'm just going to Z order it by date. Okay. So I am going to run this query. So once this query is executed, the table JHU underscore, this table will be having the delta formatted data, and it is partitioned by the date. Okay. I'm just going to select a few records, process date, admin to, like few columns from that table, and I'm going to use some indexes like using based on the state. I'm going to just partition. Okay. This will take a extra time. Okay, because we are putting all the data inside this table, so it will take a little bit time. So in this if you see this this delta lake will have the delta formatted data, and it will be like very fast. So you can get this data uh, in a very faster manner when it is compared to the older query that is there. So daily pop as a normal format, a normal Parquet format, and we are getting the data. This will actually gets little delayed when it is compared to a delta format. So I'm just going to show you the difference how Delta Lake has given us the speed. So I'm just now we have created a table. So now we have created a table called Delta Lake, and we have just put the data. Now I'm going to run this Delta Lake table, and I'm going to select certain columns using some indexes to it. Okay, I'm just going to run it. Okay, it takes 1 second. So that's all. We have got the result. Okay, it is like it took around 1.16 seconds. Okay, if you wanted to get it even more faster, if you run it more than twice or thrice, it will be even more faster. The same query but with a different format, not with the delta format. If I run this, what this will do is like it will take a few more seconds extra. It will take a little more time. So the same record, same amount of data, same things, but it took around 7 seconds because this is a normal format, whereas the above query is of delta format. This is from a Delta Lake table, and this is from a normal table. Okay, this consists of a raw format, Parquet format. This consists of a delta format. If you see, you could able to see the difference between a delta format and a Parquet format. So the Delta Lake actually will convert the Parquet format to a delta format and gives you the query, process the query even more faster. Okay, so that is what the demo is. They say it is around approximately it is 20x speed up, but I could see it is like 1 second and 7 seconds. Okay, so that's all. This is the demo. I'll just give this demo link to Sundram so that he'll post it in the YouTube link. Next is one more thing I forgot is like how to create a job. Okay, so job, if you wanted to create a job, if you go to the jobs tab, you will see create job. You can give your name, select the notebook you wanted to run. I'll just go inside that. COVID-19 demo is the notebook that I wanted to run. I'm just giving that. And then for example, if you wanted to pass any parameter or anything, any connections thing, that these details and all, you can give it in this parameters. It will be like a key value pair. It is like an input to a thing. Okay, and if you wanted to give any libraries, libraries, you can add that as well. And you wanted to schedule it, you can schedule it. It can be either every hour, every 1 hour, or a month, or a day, or a week. You can do that as well. Okay, next is like advanced. If you see, you can set up an alert. I have told you before, like if there is any failure or any success or even a start, you can give your email ID over here, and you can get the alerts as well. Okay, next is like you can give the maximum concurrent runs. For example, you have around 10 clusters and you wanted to run one cluster, but in concurrent manner, like more than no 2-3 notebooks run the particular cluster. No? Then you can give it like this. Okay, concurrent runs you can give this. Okay, next is like timeout. You will give a timeout in Azure functions, right? The same way you can give the timeout and the retries that you wanted to do, you can do that as well. If you wanted to monitor, you can monitor here. That is completed already. You can see it in the past 60 days. If you wanted to see, you can see it over here. This is the monitor runs that will give us. Okay, you can set up alerts over here. You can see the monitor. You can monitor the runs over here. Okay, so this is the jobs. So there are 5 components we have seen. One is the job, the other one is the cluster, next one is the workspace, inside your workspace you will create a notebook, and inside the workspace only you will install the libraries as well. So these are all the 5 components that I was talking about. So that's all from my side. Any questions, Sundram?
Okay, so till now there are no questions, Nivetha. I think we shall wait for a minute, and we'll see if there are any questions.
Okay.
Okay, so I think there are no questions, Nivetha. So, guys, so if you have any questions, like you can reach out to her using this Twitter handle, Nivetha Lakshma 2. So you can reach out in this Twitter handle. So thanks, Nivetha. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for the opportunity, Sundram. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So next up, we have Vignesh Mani. So he's gonna just give me a second. So he's gonna share like how we can scale our application productivity using Azure App Insights. So over to you, Vignesh.
Oh, thank you. I will start my screen.
Yeah, sure.
I'm audible to you, Suresh? I'm audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you, Suresh. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vignesh Muni. Actually, I hope everyone is doing good. Okay. So today our topic is scale our application and productivity using the Azure application set. Okay. So how can we monitor our application and how can we trace our application? What is happening background in our application? So using the application inside, we are going to teach about how can we monitor or trace, how can we and what is happening in background of our application. So I'm going to explain about that application using the application inside. So before going into the topic, I'm going to explain about myself, about me. I'm Vignesh Mani. I'm a senior software engineer. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. I'm CSAT Corner MVP and speaker and technical author. I have more than 7 years of experience in the IT industry. So uh, so if you have any queries about my session, you can ask at the end of the session. So otherwise you can post in the comment section. Okay. So thank you so much, friends, for joining those sessions, and thank you so much for organizing this session, Subhas and Sundram and the team. So now we are going to enter the topic. So today agenda is what is the application inside, and how does application inside work, and what are the languages are support for the application inside, and we can use the application inside through the code and without code, and what are the functionalities are in the application inside, and finally we are going to see about the application inside with ASP.NET Core application. Okay, so this is the today agenda. So I'm going to explain about all the agenda step by step. So what is the application inside? Okay, so normally the application inside is one of the future of monitoring services. Okay, so we have one application service. We have one service in Azure. It's a monitoring service. It's a application inside is not a. It's part of the monitoring services. Okay. Normally, this application services is scale our applications, and we can tell how can we trace our application, what is happening in background of our application, how many users are using our applications, and how many sessions are still alive and how many sessions are not still alive. Okay, so entity we can trace top to bottom, we can trace our application using the code and without code, everything. And at the end of the session, we are going to small demo. How can we use the application inside with the code and without code, everything. Okay. So normally it's one of the monitoring services. So it is the extensible of the application performance monitoring services. Okay. So normally this application inside is mainly using for the developers and the DevOps engineers. Okay, so normally, if you're implementing the DevOps or development, normally we want to monitor what is happening in the background. So normally the application inside is very useful. Normally we can implement without any code, and we can using the code also. Okay, normally this application inside used it to monitor your live applications. Okay, you can suppose your application is in the live or in production. So you can monitor the everything through the live. Okay, I will show the demo how can we monitor through the live. Okay, so normally this APM application performance maintenance. Okay, so normally it is mainly help to develop the develop engineers. Okay, so what it's use it to monitor your live application. Normally it will automatically detect performance anomalies. Okay, so suppose if it happening anything in your application abnormal, so it's easily detect everything from your application, and then it will show to you. So you can easily find out your problems or your application. Okay, so this application set includes powerful analytical tools help to you diagnose issue and to understand what users actually do with your applications. So we have a lot of analytical tools migrated into the application inside. So how can we? I will show you how can we use those application tools for the monitoring activities. Okay, so it is designed to help your application continuous improvement and reusability. Okay, suppose recently you have deployed your application in production. If you're facing anything, if you implement the application inside, you can based on that feedback from the application inside, you can improve your application request time, response time. What is blocking your suppose if you face any performance issue, what is blocking background of your dependencies, everything you can handle, you can monitor, and you can using from that you can improve your applications. Your applications. Okay, so this is the application inside. So normally it is integrated with your develop process, and has connected point to variety of development tools. Okay, so actually normally all the data is stored into single point, and from that you can pull the data from everywhere, and you can monitor your application activities. Okay, so before going to the next point, what is the telemetry? This is one of the keywords. Okay, so this telemetry is the collection of measurement or other data at the remote point, and their automatic transmission to receive the equipment monitoring. Okay, so for example, so your application measurement, what is happening in your applications, all the measurement pulled from the application inside, and it's stored into the single point, and you can use those data from anywhere. Okay, so normally you can monitor and analyze the telemetry from the mobile application. You can integrate with the mobile application with the Visual Studio applications. Okay, with the help of the Visual Studio applications. Okay, Okay, so normally, suppose your application is currently in production stage. Okay, suppose you are in travel. Okay, so we want to monitor your application, about your application status, what's going on currently in application, what is background is running on the application, how many users are in the using the application. Suppose if you are facing any performance issue, suppose we want to monitor about your application. At the time, if you are in travel, you won't, you won't, you don't, you don't worry about it. You can integrate it with your mobile applications also. With the help of the Visual Studio App Center. Okay, so normally what is the Visual Studio App Center? Normally, many people should know about the Visual Studio App Center. Okay, so Visual Studio App Center is nothing but it's an integrated mobile development lifecycle for the iOS, Android, Windows, and multiple and Mac OS applications. Okay, see, it's bring together multiple services commonly used by the mobile developers, includes build, test, and monitoring, diagnostic, and ECC. It's one into the one single form. Okay, so normally what we can do integrate with the mobile application. Through the mobile application you can monitor your applications from the anywhere. Okay, so normally this telemetry is the keyword. It is normally it's a measurement of the measured data. Okay, it's about all your data, so it's stored in the single file. You can access from the anywhere. Okay, so how does application studies working? How it's working the applications inside? Okay, so normally this application studies. So we can use this application inside two way. One is the using the code, the another one is without code. Okay, so normally we need to suppose we want to use the application inside your application, you want to install the small SDK in your application. Okay, so so normally we can call the SDK or it's a instrumentation package. Okay, so normally we need to install the SDK or otherwise we will call it as instrumentation package. Okay, otherwise you can enable the application inside agent in your application. Okay, normally if you're using the Visual Studio, you can using Visual Studio, you can enable the application inside agent in your Visual Studio, and you can link with your application inside from the Azure portal, and you can monitor everything. Okay, so normally, if you want to install SDK or instrumentation package, the instrumentation monitor your application. So top to bottom, it will monitor everything. This one is collect the about the application related data. For example, request time, response time. If you have any application anomalized, okay, or any other issues, it will pull the data and transform into the application portal. Okay, so it's stored into the application portal in application inside. You can get all the data from there, and you can analyze about your application. Okay, so normally the instrumentation package direct the telemetry data to Azure application inside resources. Okay, so normally how can so in Azure portal we have a lot of application inside account. Okay, so how it will transfer from your application to Azure portal. Normally, so each application, whenever you are creating the application inside in the Azure portal, it will generate the unique GUID. Okay, so it's a unique. It's not it's unique for each application inside. Unique. Okay, normally it's called instrumentation key. Okay, it's a unique key. That using that key you can integrate it with your application. So after integrated from your application, though all the data is transformed into the all the telemetry data transform into the application code. Okay, so this is how this is the simple example for how it's working the application side. So normally you can use the application side from the client side or server side or background services. You can use from anywhere. Okay, so not only for the backend side, not only for the server side. You can use the application side from the web package client or your web services or background services anywhere. You can see this email, you can install the AI application inside from suppose you want to monitor from the client side or your web services or background services, just install the SDK for your anything background services or any client side anything. Or install AI application inside. This application inside it's create a instrumentation key, specific instrumentation key. Through that, you can pull all the monitored data, trace the data to transform into the application inside in the Azure portal. So you can see the right side, you can alert Power BI, Visual Studio, REST API, continuous export. This is the option. This is the good analytics tool options are available in the application inside. You can integrate it with the application inside. Okay. Suppose, for example, if your CPU performance is or memory usage is greater than 90%, you can set the alert. Okay, it will automatically you can set the alert through alert. It will send to through your mobile or your mobile phones or anything. You can set the alert, and you can suppose you want to generate a report or any third-party application or any third-party tools. You can pull the data and push into the Power BI, and easily you can integrate the Power BI from you can see all the data from the Power BI also, and as well as you can easily integrate with the Visual Studio and another one is REST API. It is very important on the REST API. You can pull the data through the REST API and you can push into the some other applications. For suppose this application depend to some other application. So you want to monitor the both applications from the telemetry data. You can pull the data from REST API and you can handle everything from this REST API. Okay, and you can easily export from the Excel also. Okay, you can export from through the Azure portal and you can download anything from the this application inside. Okay, so. This is the simple diagram how it's application inside working diagram. So okay, next one is what are the languages supporting for application inside. Okay, so this is the main feature for the application inside. The application inside is supporting for the C#, .NET. This is the languages: C#, .NET, VB.NET, Java, JavaScript, Node.js, Python. You can see the JavaScript the client side, Node.js the server side. So you can know from this each support for the client side also and server side also. Okay. So currently the application is supporting those languages. Okay. So if you are whether you are a C# .NET developer or VB.NET developer or Java developer or any JavaScript, Node.js, Python, no, you can it's application is supporting for the those languages. Okay, so you can use the application set for this language. Okay, so what is the instrumentation throughout the code? Okay, already I told this application inside it you can implement two ways. One is using the code and another one is without code. Okay, so normally if you using the code, you need to install the SDK, that is the instrumentation package. Okay, so once installed this instrumentation package, this instrumentation monitor your application and as well as it's mainly for the application performance monitoring system. Okay, this package is monitored for application from all the things. Okay, suppose if you are implementing, if you are going to implement the ASP.NET or ASP.NET Core, you can directly add the package from the muted package manager. Okay, it's an easy way. Suppose we are a .NET developer, definitely you know about how to add the other packages from the muted package manager. Okay, so if using the ASP.NET and .NET Core, directly you can add the muted package manager and you can use the application inside. Okay, so this, if you are using the code, you are going to implement the application manager, which is support for the Android App Center and the iOS App Center, and the Java W, okay, Node.js, Python, and the universal Windows platform and Windows desktop and application. So it's using the code you can implement all the using all the languages and all the those things. Okay. This is the using the code. Okay, suppose I suppose the application inside is supporting for the without code. Okay, so how it support? Okay, suppose this is codeless. Okay, so normally if you are using the Azure managed service. Okay, so for example, you are creating the Azure virtual machine. Okay, or Azure App Services, Azure Cloud Services, Azure Functions, Azure Kubernetes Services, anything, it should defaultly we have the option for Azure Azure application inside. Just you won't no need to write any single line code for Azure. Build those whether it's Azure VM or application services, Azure Cloud Services, Azure Functionality, or Azure Kubernetes Services. Just simply you can enable the application side. Okay. I will show to the demo how we are going to. I am going to do demo. It's do demo how we are going to implement the applications using the code without code. Okay, I am going to implement those. Okay, so already I told what are the key points or what are the main support for the application inside monitors. Okay, so this is the application inside monitor. So normally you can get your application related details using the application monitor. You know your application records rate and response timing and failure rate. Okay, suppose how many records came into your application, what are the response from your application, how long it takes time to respond. Okay, suppose we have any failure. Okay, anything failure, you can find your failure from our application. Okay, when it's failure, why it's a failure, you can get all the details from the application inside. Okay, so suppose if you respond, your application taking some time to respond because of some differences. Okay, what are the differences rates in the applications? Okay, why is it same as response time? Failure rates, everything you can get from the application inside. First one is the request rate and response time. The second one is the dependency rate and why response time from the dependency rate and failure from the dependency rate. Okay, it's all the things from the application inside. And so if anything happening, any exception to your application, you can find what are the exceptions happening in your application. So, and how many users viewed your application, how many users currently alive in your application. So, how many sessions are currently alive in your application. So, you can get all the details. So what are the Ajax calls from your applications? Okay. So all the details you can get from the application monitor. Okay. And already I told you how many users and sessions count. Okay. How many users are visited, how many sessions are currently in the crowd. Okay, and so which page is the most popular page? What are the pages people are visited the most popular? Suppose in your application you have different modules. So some modules the people are visited because it's more interesting from that module. So visited from that. Okay, so you can find which page frequently visited from the users. You can the next one is performance counted and the host diagnostic and diagnostics trace log and custom event and metrics. You can implement your custom event or you can implement your custom metrics everything. Okay, from the this application inside. Okay, so I hope you got some idea about the application from this. Okay, so and now I am going to show about the application inside now. Okay, then okay, so now we are moving to the Azure portal. Okay, here I have logged in the two Azure portals here. Okay, so now first I am going to open the Visual Studio. Okay, because it will take some time to load Visual Studio. First we create a small application from the Visual Studio, and then we are going to the Azure portal. Okay, so now I am creating the application using the ASP.NET Core application. Okay, so already you know about the ASP.NET Core. Okay, ASP.NET Core is a cross-platform. It's a support for the Windows, Mac, Linux, everything. Okay, so now in future the ASP.NET Core is open source and you don't need to any license for using that .NET Core. Okay, so I have already opened the Visual Studio 2019. Okay, so what you are doing, I'm creating a new project. Okay, so already a demo course already created a new project, but sorry, one old one. But anyway, I am creating a new project here. Okay, so what I am going to create is a web application. So we are going to create a web application. Just here type web. Okay, I'm typing the web application here. Okay, so once you type the web application, um, you can find all the web application here. You can see here the ASP.NET Core web applications. Okay, so I am see here this is the ASP.NET web application .NET framework. It's not a cross platform, but if you can select the ASP.NET Core application, you can implement the ASP.NET applications also, ASP.NET Core application also. So I am going to show the ASP.NET Core web application. Okay, so and click next. Okay, so I will click next. Okay, so recap. I'm going to do recap demo. Okay, so I am doing the demo application. So and now I am click create. Okay, so now I am click that create. It's taking time. Once you create that application, so I'm going to open the ASP.NET Core MVC. Okay, MVC application. Okay, so it's a take time to loading. So suppose if you don't have Visual Studio 2017 or 19, you can download from the community edition from the Microsoft website, and you can install the the Visual 2017 and 2019. Okay, so if you have any doubts from how to download the Visual 2017, 2018, sorry, 2019, you can ask anytime. Okay, so just I creating that. Okay, I selected the .NET Core web application. Okay, so I have selected. Now it's, our application is loading. Okay, so once created this application, I am not going to do anything. It will create a sample demo application. So I'm not going to write. I'm not going to add any coding for developing the application. Just I'm going to once open this application, I am just going to integrate the application inside in our application. Okay. So it's creating. I think it's take a little bit time because it's creating in the background. Um, okay, so in the meantime, so I'm jump into the Azure portal here. Okay, so this is the Azure portal. If you go to the these all the services. Okay, in this all the services, if you go to the monitoring services, this is the monitoring services. If you go to the monitoring services, you can find application inside one of the uh, part of the monitoring services. So if you click the monitoring services, you can find the applications inside. Okay, so click this application inside. So once creating the application inside, okay, so opening that. So in the meantime, I'm going to see this is the application is created. So see here, here the application is created. This simple recap table is the application. Okay. So what I am doing here, this is the recap demo. Okay. So if we now we need to add the small SDK for the implementing the application inside. Okay. So before that, just right click this is your solution. Okay. Just right click over the solution here. Just I'm going to show now we don't have any we don't have any packages application inside related packages now here not here. Okay, so I am going to add the all the packages here. Okay, so how can we add the packages? Okay, so just it's loading. Just we can add through the nuclear package manager or default you can here we have available the connected services. Okay, if you go to the connected services, you can implement. Okay, so what I am doing here, just click here. Okay, so see here now I'm unloading the project. Okay, just unload project, and now I unloaded the project. So if you want to unloaded a project, you just I'm going to recap demo.cs part 5. Okay, just cancel it. So right click your application first. Just right click your application first. Okay. You can right click your application first. Okay, and edit recap. Okay, just edit recap your application. Okay, so it will open that the demo recap workspace. Okay, see here we don't have any package related to application inside. Okay, so now I am going to add the packages now. Okay, again you right click and reload your project. Once you reloaded your project, I'm going to add the I'm going to add the application inside. Okay, so what we are going to do, just go to the application startup now. Application startup CS page here. Okay, it's loading. So see here is the application. Here is the dependency injection. Here we inject all the services here. Now we don't have any application inside related services not injected here. Okay. So what I am going to do now just go to the connected services. Okay. We click the connected services. Click the connected services, it will automatically you can connect the application inside from your application. Okay, so I have just one minute, it's loading. Just click the application connected services. Once the connected services here you can see the application. You can see the monitor with the application inside. You can see all the connected services. You can add normally you can add the right click and you can through the new package manager you can add. Otherwise you can from here directly you can add the monitor with application inside. Just click the application monitor inside. It will take bit time. So adding the application inside. Okay, so it's once it's added, you can find the instrumentation package here. See here, so it's instruments package you can find here. So it's added the application related packages here added. Okay, so now what I am doing here, just go to the dependency package here. You can see the Microsoft ASM MVC analysis. Okay, so and you see these all the dependencies. Okay, all the dependencies you can find. Okay, so now what I am doing here, you have added all the applications inside. Okay, so now you can unload your project. Okay, so once you did the unload your project, okay, just I will show the letter. Okay, I am just save your project over save your project. Okay, so once I save it, okay, now we are going to connected services. We are going to connect our application inside. Okay, before going to connect our application inside, we need to create the application inside in from the Azure account. Okay, already I show the Azure account here. Here is the application inside. Okay, so here is the application inside. Once you can you click from the monitor services, click the application inside. You can see the application inside here. You just add the application inside. Okay, just click add. You can create a new application inside here. Okay, just I click the add. Once added the application inside, you need to give the application inside and name. Okay, so already we have demo app. Okay, already I have created. Now I have added the new application inside here. Okay, just click application inside. It's taking a bit time. So once just no need to give much details. We need to give not much details, no need to give. So it's taking time. Yeah, it's marketing app performance and display. It's loading here. Yeah, see here. If you once it's loaded here, you can give the application inside. Okay, and I give the name recap. Okay, AI. AI means application inside. I'm giving the recap application inside. So here I'm using the subscription Visual Studio Enterprise subscription. Okay, already I have resource group. Okay, I have created the demo resource group. I have selected the demo resource group. Okay, and I select the region West US 2. Okay, so then I have review and click and review and create. I'm giving the review and create it. Okay, once click the review and create it. Okay, just you before you review means it will show the all the data which you have given. If you want to basically put the basic details, tracking and review details, everything if you want you can give. But I did not give anything now. Just I give only the application inside name, recap application inside. AI means application inside. Okay. Now I am creating here. Just once created, once it's created, it takes a bit time to create. Okay. So once created this application inside, you can directly map this application inside from our application. Okay. So once mapped those applications from those applications, all the delivered data direct to this application inside. This means recap AI application. Okay. So you go to here, you can find the progress here. So here deployment in progress. Okay. Once you see here, so deployment in progress. So now, once the deployment is done, we can link to our application inside from the other application. Okay. So here also now no need to write much code for implementing this. Okay. Now deployment is completed. Okay. So now go to resource. Okay. Now our application is completed. I enter into the application inside. Okay. This is the recap application inside. Okay, this is a recap application inside. So now you can find all the details: failure records, server response time, failure records, server records, availability. So this is we can find all the options. Okay, you can find all the things. Okay, so now what I am going to do, just go jump into our Visual Studio. Okay, so what I am going to do, just click get start. Okay, once click get start, already I am using the same account, this account and enterprise edition. Now what I am going to do, I select the okay, and select the application is recap. Okay, existing application. Okay, so what I just click configuration setting. Okay, just click here. This is a recap demo. This is my application. Okay, application inside. This is Visual Studio inside. Okay, just select your account here. This is the Visual Studio Enterprise. Okay, here is the resource. Okay, so here is the application inside resource. Remove new application inside it. Okay, recap table. Okay, so here is the all the existing one. If you select the existing one, you can find the all the here. Okay, so 1 minute and refresh. It will take a little bit time to uh, uh, effect here. Actually, just now we have created the recap AI. Okay, so recap AI. This is the application inside name is recap. Okay, just go into my okay, just select. Yeah. We see here, if you go into select demo, resource group demo, okay, if you go into 1 minute, go into configuration settings, okay. So if you go into configuration settings, our resource group is demo. If you go to demo, inside demo, you can find the existing application inside. Okay, here is the this is demo already existing. Now recently I have created the recap AI. Okay, just select the recap AI, just click OK. So once click OK, this is a new resource. Okay, so once click here, okay, just go to configuration here, then select the resource. This is the our resource is demo. Because whenever I created recap, I selected the resource demo from the Azure portal. So just click the recap and just click OK and then just click register. Okay, so once register, it will take time to link with our application with our Azure portal. Okay, so to take a bit time, it's loading continuously. Okay, so it's once loaded, it will connected to the our application portal. So what are the things now is happening in your application? All the data, all the telemetry pulled from your application is pushed into the your Azure portal. If you go to here, see here, this is the instrumentation key. Already I told you how the differentiate each application inside. Okay, so you can you can create a lot of applications inside from the Azure portal. So this is the instrumentation key. This is a unique key for each application inside. So for recap AI, we have this instrumentation key. Already I have created a demo, recap demo that is have separate instrumentation key. So with your application, which applications are integrated with your application, it automatically detect from the instrumentation key your applications. Okay, so this is the application inside. This is instrumentation key. This is the unique key. Okay, you can find subscriptions, all the subscriptions, locations, resource group, everything you can find in the here. Okay, so now I'm jumping to here. It's taking time because it's integrated with your application. So it will take a little bit time to integrate it. Okay. So opening the file. So once it's integrated, I think it's completed. So once the integration is done, come down here. Okay. So I think yeah. So once you see here, once completed, you can see the configuration like completed 100%. So configuration completed 100%. Now we go into completed. Go into your packages. You see here your application inside AI Code 2.2. All the packages automatically once configured completed, you can find all the packages from your applications. Okay, so all the applications you can all the dependencies are default installed. So all the packages, necessary packages, dependencies or SDKs is completely installed from here. We go to here connection settings. If you go to the connection services, you can find the Microsoft application inside connection services. You can find anything. Okay, so this is the connection scheme. Okay, now is everything is done. Okay, before run our application, what I am going to do here. This is the home page. Okay, if you going to use going to start there. Okay, this is a layout. In this layout, you can add one more thing. Okay, here I am only going to add for the one menu. The menu for especially for the error creating the error. Okay, just I copy here. Okay, so I copy here. Just I'm adding one more menu here. This once created here. Okay, just see actually if you just click error for demo purpose, I am creating error. Okay, just error. Okay, so what is where it's going? This is the ASP area. Our control name is home, action name is okay. And just I give action name is error because currently we don't have any action name error. Okay, see here we have just I save uh, this one. Okay, so what this for why I am creating this one for create make the error. Okay, so if you go to controller, sorry, go to controller. In controller you can find you could not find the any error control only index and the previous. Okay, previous. Okay, so the two things you can fine. Okay. So what I am going to do here now, I am going to build our application. Okay. Once build is completed, I am going to run my application. Okay. So once run the application, I'm going to see what is happening in the Azure portal. Okay. So this build is completely successful. Yeah. Build now build is going on. You can see that here in the down. So it will take much small time to build our application. Okay. So once build is completed, I am going to run our application. Okay. So once run our application, what are the things? What are the suppose if you redirecting from one page to another page, if you are requesting or anything you're doing continuously, you can monitor from your Azure portal. Okay, so once build is now build is succeeded. Okay, so what I am going to do, I am not going to run from AS Express. I am going to take a demo. Okay, so now I am going to run our application. So once run the application, so once I run this succeeded, now the application is running. Okay. So once I run the application, now in the meantime I show to Azure portal. Now if you go into here, you would not find any data here. So failure request, server response time, server request, availability, you could not find anything because now it's a brand new application inside account. So I have this account linked with our application. So once it run our application, if you do some magic testing, you can find the data here. Okay. So once done here, it will once it's a loading application. Yeah, I think it will come here. It will take a bit time to load an application. So here all the before that in the meantime I will show to here the all the options alert metrics log workbook. Okay. So how many users are there? How many sessions are there? What are the events? Okay. Funnels, user flow, everything everything you can handle from here. Okay. So everything you can do. Okay. I think our application is going to run. Government and I'm going to this one. I'm going to this one. Save everything. Okay. Now I'm going to run the application here. Here I did not close that one. Yeah, I think now it's running. Yeah, once it's coming, because I'm running from not I'm running from the IIS, I'm running from automation. So once it's coming, application is going to run. Okay. I think bit time to run. Bit time to. So in the meantime, I will show to the all the things from the um, yeah. Yes, so loading in background. Okay, in the meantime, I will show all the options. Okay. See here, all the how many users are live, sessions, events, all the things we have available. Okay. If you go to here, you can find all the things. Okay. So in the meantime, if you're taking time to run, in the meantime, okay, this is the using the code base. So you need to install the SDK and you need to uh, SDK, everything. Okay, but so code I told the code for virtual machines, Azure functions, Azure web services, everything. Just you need to enable the application inside. Okay, so 1 minute I think yeah, it's take bit time to run. So in the meantime, how can we enable the application inside the without codeless? Okay, so once run the application, then only we can find all the data here. We will take time to run. Just a minute. I think it's going to run. Just a minute. Going to run. Application is running here. So it's taking complete time. loading here. Just when I say I don't know why my system is slow enough within second, I think maximum within 2 minutes it will call the application. Yeah. So see here, application is successfully run here. So see here, it's loading now. You can find the recap demo application. Okay. So you can find the recap demo application. So now see here in the portal, if you go to a portal, you can we don't have any data. Okay. So if you go to an application, then moving to the application. Okay. So once jump into our application, okay, you can find the suppose I'm just redact our application from my okay, just it's moving. Yeah, just I'm going to application here. Loading here. I think a lot of things happen from Chrome browser. That's all. Yeah, see here, this is the application. It's an application successfully loaded. Okay, so now what I am going to do, just click here, just home. It's going to home page. Okay, just click the okay, just continuously I'm clicking, continuously I'm clicking. Okay, so see here I'm continuously clicking. Okay, because same time we have a lot of users in okay, so see here, suppose if I click error, this is the error rate. See here it's error occurred while passing the request. Okay, so 2 times I click the error. Okay, now it's going to 4. Okay, so I click error. Okay, so continuously I click my application many times. Okay, so it's whenever click the application going to request, when I click it will come the response. Okay, so error also will occur. Okay, so now it's going, now we go to the our application here, just refresh our just go to refresh our recap application. Okay, so automatically sometimes it will come the data. So once you have refreshed everything, okay, so once you refresh everything, you can find the data here. Okay, so whenever we are clicking the request, it will come the all the request. Based on the request, it will return the response also. Okay, if happen anything in the error, so you can find see here. This is the actually now I am going to click failure. Okay, now going to home. So now see here you can find the um, within last 30, if you want to last 30 minutes, you want to show the data after 1 hour, 6 hours, 6 hours. Okay, so you can find the all the things. So you can the failure request. Okay, you can find the failure request. Okay, so what I am doing here for failure request, I click many times. Many times I click. So if you go to here, you can find the failure request also. Okay, once refresh, it will come the failure request. Okay, you come the failure request, you can get the server response time. Okay, how much response time is coming. So server request. Okay, the server request, how much request is coming. Okay, server request, you can find all the server request. You can everything you can find. If you click here, you can in detail you can find all the details. Okay, so what are the server request, overall server request. Okay, so you can find server request. You can specifically find it. So this time it's coming the more request. Okay, so other things is about the request count. Okay, you can find the request count, CB usage. Okay, you at the time when the request coming more, at the time you can use the more CB usage, availability time, everything you can find. This is the request count. Okay, so same time overview. If you go to overview, you can find the failure rate also. We click here. Yeah, we have lot of failure rate. Okay, so if you go to here see here overall failure rate. Okay, I have clicked more times. Okay, so request count. Okay, see here, this is the failure count. So you can overall the failure request you can find here. See here, so totally 23 counts. Okay, that failure count is 0. Okay, So what I am actually they are using to handle the exceptions, exception. So that's why it could not find that this failure from this portal. Okay. So if you go to overview, you can find all the question response here. Okay. Availability. You click the availability. You can find the application availability. You can find all the availabilities. You can find here also. See here all the availabilities you can find. Okay, so if you go to application map, you can find the application map. In this application map, you can if you go see here the 14 views. How many views in 8.6? 14 views in the 8.6. Okay, how many instance? Okay, so how many calls? Okay, so we can find all the things from your application here. Okay, so all the details. If you click detailedly, you can find the view detail. Click. So what are the pages they have listed? Well, I have listed privacy page, error page. Okay, see here I have a see error page. This is home page. Okay, so how many pages? What are the pages they visited? How many duration? How long? How many durations it take time? 16 seconds, 2.5 seconds. Okay, so everything you can find from the here also. Okay, all the details you can find. Just refresh it. You come the recent data. Okay, so next one, smart deduction. Okay, this is a smart deduction. In this smart deduction, you can find all the last from the last 7 days. What are the what things happening in your application? Okay, so currently because just now we have created, currently we don't have anything. Okay, says in the here if you go to failure one, this is a failure one. Okay, so if you have anything failure in your application, you can find the failure rate also. Okay, so all the failure rates, everything you can find failure rates. Okay, so if you go to users, how many users? If you go to users tab, you can find the how many users are in your application. If you go to your application, in the meantime, you go to here, how many users I'm going here. Just click home. Just if you go to here, you find that. Okay, so you can find the last. Okay, you can find the users rate from here also. So it's loading. So currently it's shows the one user because only one user is currently active. There's only one session are currently active. Okay, see here only one user. If you click here, only one users they have. See you can find the one user. Okay, so if you click one user, you more inside you can find one user. So you can find all the user records. So where the user is went or application. Okay, so one session we have the one user click more than even many times we have redirected the application. So you can if you go to session, if you one user means it show the one session also. Okay, so it's going the one session. Okay, if you can find all the user sessions. So everything you can find. Currently is one session. Okay, so we have the lot of your options are available here. Okay, this is the main thing for the application itself. So one is the last one is the live metrics. Okay, this is live metrics. If you go to the live metrics, so here what I am doing to just minimize my live metrics. Okay, so what I'm going to, what is happening in your life in your application? This is the live metric. Okay. So what I am doing here, what I am doing here, this is the live metric. Okay. So what I am doing here, this is live. Live. If you go to live metric, this is one of the good future. If you suppose your application is live, okay, what are things happening in your application? Okay, just I am minimizing in this one. Okay, go to your application now. Okay, go to your application now. Now just click. So currently the live what is happening, you can find the live scenario. You can find all the live data from here. So the request rate, request duration. So all the things you can find, everything you can find from the here. CPU total CPU usage, everything you can find from here. Okay. So though this is the one of the main feature in our in this main application. Okay, I think we have a lot of options available. This is a small idea for this small idea. Now I could not tell everything in the 45 minutes. So this is a small idea. So this is the application inside. Okay, just last 5 minutes. Just what suppose we want to. I think you got some idea about this application inside. Okay, just last 5 minutes. Suppose this is another account. Okay, suppose you without code how to implement the application inside. Just if you create, I think if you create a virtual any virtual machine. Okay, if you go to that virtual machine. Okay, if you go that virtual machine, just click that virtual machine. Okay, so once click that virtual machine, you can have option. You go to the monitor option. In that monitor option, you have application inside option. You can just if you go first time you are enabling the application inside, you need to enable the application inside. Okay, otherwise already we have. Okay, just I have click there. Okay, this is the I'm going to virtual machine. You go to virtual machine. Already I have created one virtual machine. If you go to that virtual machine, you can enable the for application app services, virtual machine, virtual function. We have defaultly available the application inside. So no need to enable. Just you need to enable it. That is code line. Okay. Just go to here. I'm going to once enter this virtual machine. Already I have created virtual machine. So just quickly I'm going to see here. Just go down here. See here monitoring activities increasing inside. If you enabling first time it will show here first it will show the one button. Click enable option. Once enabled, you can all the activities captured uh, from your virtual machine. Okay, so you same all the options requested, response rate, missing help rate, everything you can find here. This is the virtual machine. How many which codes running currently? How many users are used to your virtual machine? So all the things performance wise, all the things you can get from the application machine. See here local disk, CPU usage, heartbeats, everything. You can using heartbeat, local input or local disk input output per second. Okay, how much in per second, how many data are stored, how many data are read from this virtual machine. Everything you can find. Okay, so all the options are available. Just you can go through it. Okay, so if you have any queries or any doubt, kindly let me know. I hope this session is really helpful to you. Okay, so you can. I hope this is really useful to you. So if you have any queries, please contact me. The Gmail ID, Twitter. Okay, and if you want to more videos, you can follow the YouTube channel. Okay. I hope, friends, this is really helpful to you. Okay, thank you so much for giving this opportunity, Suhas and Sundram. And we are appreciating your sessions and we are warm welcome more sessions like this. Okay, thank you so much, friends. Kindly share your feedback.
Yes, so thanks Vignesh, thanks for your session. Like guys, if you have any doubts or queries, you can reach out to him in this Twitter ID, MCAWikiMAS. Like you can reach out to him using this ID. Yeah, so thanks Vignesh, thanks for your time.
No, yeah, thank you, sir. Thanks so much.
Okay, so next up we have the final session of the day. We have Vishwanatha Swami. He's gonna share about it's kind of hands-on building web API, gRPC web, and Blazor WASM. So over to you, Swami.
Hey, thanks so much. Thanks. So let me share my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Is my voice audible? Because when um
Um, yeah, it's audible, Swami.
clear, isn't it? Okay, cool. I just
Yeah,
wanted to ensure.
okay.
Uh, okay. So is this visible now?
Yeah.
My screen? Okay, cool then. So I think okay, I'll increase this voice. Okay. So hey guys, good afternoon, and thanks for joining over the weekend. So this session we will be discussing on it's purely hands-on how to do. It's nothing like a theoretical stuff. It's just like we code it. That's it. So what we are going to do. So there are a couple of things we will be doing. One thing is we'll see what is the advantage of having the layered architecture or creating the reusable components. So we have set of reusable components. Let me quickly show that Visual Studio 2019. If you see this Visual Studio 2019, we don't have anything with us at this point of time except few libraries. It's just a purely console, purely the libraries, nothing else is there. So using those reusable libraries, we'll create a small REST web API, and then we'll test it through the Postman, those calls, and then using the same libraries, we'll quickly create a uh, gRPC. It's not a gRPC web, but it's just a general gRPC. We'll come and learn that the difference between gRPC and gRPC web shortly. Okay, and then we will add a couple of gRPC clients, and we'll see the integration or that connectivity from gRPC client to gRPC service. And then we will add gRPC web capability to the gRPC service which we created here in step 3. And then we'll create a Blazor WASM and hello world of the Blazor WASM, and then we'll add capability so that we will be able to communicate or retrieve the content from gRPC web. Also, we retrieve the content from REST web API. So that's a big picture. So we learn about the advantages of having this reusable components or the layered architecture, how quickly we'll be able to spin up something, even though it's not a production ready stuff, but at least we'll know that how quickly we'll be able to develop, and we see the advantage, the defined rules of the game. How do we do? Okay, so I think enough of my talk, and we can go. My name is Vishwanath Swami, and this is my LinkedIn, Vishwanath Swami, and Twitter is Vishi Pailur. And so the session will be purely hands-on, and we can have a parking lots if I'm going like a Chennai Express, because there are a lot of things I have to cover. So it will be like a express train, but you can post those queries, and we can have the parking lots if we are not able to cover, because it takes 1 hour 20 minutes time to complete all those things. So even if you are not able to cover, we can touch base in the meetup group or my Facebook or LinkedIn or Twitter. Okay, I'm a still learner, and that's true. I'm still learner. Okay, so as we see, the gRPC is the new open source RPC framework, and there are a lot of advantages, like it's a high performance and contract based. You have the streaming unary client binary, unary client server bidirectional, and it goes on HTTP2, so over SSL and TSL, and it's available across the ecosystem. And that we will see this piece in next month meetup, where I'll show how we communicate from Windows machine to the gRPC hosted in Ubuntu in US, and one virtual machine hosted in Europe. That communication we'll see in the next month event, but this month we'll see this. So so one obvious question is, we have these many technologies, who's winning the race? Okay, so if you come and see this, each of those technologies has got its own advantage, like a strengths. Like if you see this REST, why do we use REST? So even today, this REST is best suited for this CRUD operations. So mostly for all the CRUD operations, we use this REST. And even today, people are using ASMX web service, WCF services also. So they have their own advantage, like SOAP over XML. And then if you see uh, this gRPC, it's again the extremely low power devices and the communication between a server to server communication, like um, acquisition or mergers or integration between two companies. One company is working on Unix or Linux based systems, and they work on C++ or Node.js. And the other company who wants to integrate, let's take company B, they are on Windows and they work on C#, and seamlessly they can integrate. And extremely low power devices, and also the communication happens on HTTP2. You have a security, and on top of that the communication goes on binary, so it's fast. So we are not replacing anything, and each has got its own advantage. Like if you see this GraphQL, to retrieve content from large data sets, we use this one. And we have webhooks. When some event has happened, we are posting some message saying that, hey, this happened. We're communicating this. And if you see Signal R is like server is sending a lot of messages to different clients. So each has got its own advantages and strengths. So no one is replacing other guy. Okay, it all depends upon the use case, applicability, the technology. Okay, so let's come back to our thing. So the first thing is we have these reusable component, and let's start building that. Okay, let's switch between both the windows. First, what we will do is first we will go ahead and create a REST web API first. Okay, so I have quite a, this is the place where we develop it, and uh, we have this Azure Data Studio. I use it in all my demos. So instead of this SQL Servers Management Studio, I use this one. There's a cross-platform available in all flavors of operating system. And here we have two tables, professor and address book. And this professor tables has got 3 rows, and address book doesn't have anything. Okay. So that's it. So let's start building up. So I will start, because I already created these things and kept it so that it will be easy for us to switch back and forth and copy, because me typing it all, it will take few hours. So just to speed up the process, I just created it. Okay, let's get going. First thing is we'll build this REST web services web API. So I'll just create a new project, and I am going to create a .NET Core. Everything is .NET Core, folks. So I'm just going to create a ASP.NET Core web app, and I'm going to name this as College Web API, and that should go and sit inside this folder. And just I click on create, and it's .NET Core 3.1. And we are just creating REST web API. I'm not enabling the Docker support, but we have this HTTPS enabled, and boom. So let's create this real quick. Okay, so it just created this web API. Let me make this as a startup, and you can see this. Let's first execute this. I'm executing it using the IIS Express initially. And let's give this a minute. It will be pretty fast. Let's let it come. So we see this. It gives us weather forecast. Okay, cool. And if you click on this drop down, you'll see another option with the project name. If you select that and you execute it, and when you execute that, this is the one which is executing on Kestrel. So when you execute it in IIS Express, it executes there. And when you select the project name from the drop down, it executes using the Kestrel server. And the difference is when you use a Kestrel server, it will open this additional window. Okay, let me close this. We'll use Kestrel itself for all our execution. And then we'll quickly go through what each of these components are. And it's a pretty much a small all are small libraries. This client apps common. This is a library which is used to generate random name and random address. And there's another utility here. This generates a random number, and generate a random number start and end. If you don't give, it takes 8 and 50. And there is another generator. This is a name generator. It uses those vowels and consonants to create a random name. And there is a random address generator. And here is the one where we define this constant full address, like a flat number. It generates some random number, some random apartments, and some random street, Hyderabad. So that's that's a variable it uses to generate this random address. And this is the first library. And the second library which we will be discussing is this application core. So what does this application core has got? It has got this constants. Actually, I should move this constants from there to here. I didn't do that. I'll take care of that. So it has got some constants. And if you see this, all these constants has been organized to these static variables. And everything is in single file, but each has been subclassed. Like if you see this instance name, someone seeing this code for the first time, they might get a query, hey, what is this instance name? In which functionality I am using it? But now that I subclassed it, I know that if I have to use this instance name, I have to go to constants.redis cache store dot instance. So the guy who's using this code, they know that exactly for what purpose or what is the functionality this guy is using for, right? So if you see this SQL connection string or Redis connection string, okay, that belongs to the data store. And this enrollment status, that belongs to this address constants. Okay, so that's one thing. And the next thing we have is entities. And here we have address, professor, student, and forecast. Different entities are there. Each are mapping to the tables. The first three maps to the tables in SQL Server. If you come back to Azure Data Studio, you can see this. These are the tables: address book, professors, and students. Those entity classes for that. And one is the weather forecast. We'll fix this web API in a moment. Before that, let's go and walk through these libraries first. And you see this interfaces. We have business logic layer, and we expose add professor, get all professors, get professor by ID. And we have the data access layer where we have the similar thing: add professor, get all professors, get professor by ID. Similarly, address book is exposing add address one method, and here also one method. So that's the interface. And these interfaces which has been defined in application core will be implemented by business logic layer as well as the data access layer. So let's look into the data access layer. And this data access layer has got this DB context. And if you see in this, the three things, these are representing those entities which has been defined in application core. So professor, student, and address, these are entities. The right side one maps one-on-one with the table, like professors, students, and address book. These map one-on-one with this one. Okay, the DB sets. And this DB context is simple DB context. We're not doing much except that we have a constructor which takes this DB context options. And the next thing is we have the professor DAL. And if you see this Professor Dal, is using this DB context. It's getting dependency injected into this, and we are using this DB context to do these actions, like you write the record, or you read these values, and you retrieve a single record. And similarly, if you see this address book also has got a dependency on this college DB context, and it has got a single method, add address book. So we'll add whatever the address is being sent from the client, we just drop it. So that's the introduction to those common libraries. So okay, so if you come and see this, the business logic layer has got a single dependency. I'm not counting this ilogger. It is a dependency, but I'm talking about the main pieces of the equation. Okay, so the Professor Dal. So Professor Dal depends upon the Professor Dal, and it just like a postman, it takes the input, passes to the Dal, and whatever is being written from the Dal, it spits out of the sky, right? So that's a dependency. We'll see in depth how these dependency injections are getting injected, and who holds these dependencies, and where we should hook up everything. Okay, so before that, first let's solve. Generally, if you go and see, let me take one empty controller. I'll take an empty controller, API controller, empty API controller. I am calling this as professors. So let me come in here and get the name. I use this professors controller. And if you see this professors controller versus the weather forecast controller, so there's a small difference. If you see this route, it starts with API slash controller. So let's fix that first. We want to access this way. So let me remove that unused usings, and here also let me remove that unused usings. Okay, let's keep this that way for a moment. And the next big piece, what we will do is, we don't want the entities to be created in all over the project. So let's remove that, and we come in here, we'll get an error, no problem. So let's go grab this guy from the college core. Okay, so because only one guy should worry about these entities, not all the places we define those entities wherever we need. Now the college core, application core, is the guy who holds these entities interfaces. So let's give that responsibility to him, so we don't hold it. Okay, we fixed one of the issue. Now let's go and execute this, and it will throw error. It doesn't display. It's good that it's not displaying, because we have changed its endpoint to this one. So it doesn't make sense every time I come in here, I change this API, because again, if we execute this, and again, I need to come back here and go and fix this. Okay, it's not making sense. So let's do something. And also, we need to find out, hey, where is this configuration coming from? Is saying that IIS Express and the college name and the project name. Okay, these guys are coming in from this properties. Go to this launch settings, and if you go to this launch settings, you see that here the profiles it's maintaining, one is IIS Express, and this one we can change this name, anything. Okay, and here is the one, it is launching this. I'm adding this prefixing these two, so that it comes in properly. And the port, I don't want to use 5001. See this, now there is no change. And the port, I don't want to use 5001. I want to use 5002. So let's make it to 5002. So 5000, let's leave it to gRPC. So that's the reason I'm just using that. And this I will use 5003. Cool. So let's test this a moment. It should show. Cool. It's coming on 5002. It's on HTTPS. Cool. So we have the basic hello world of our uh, web API. So let's start building in this more of this one. So if you come to this processes controller, we have to expose three methods. We have to expose three methods. One is this processes add professor, get all professor, get professor by ID. Okay, so let's start stealing in piece by piece. So first, let's write these two uh, properties. Let's expose these two properties. Okay, there are red squigglies. Let's remove those squigglies. That's from the logging, and this guy is from core interfaces. It's from the core interfaces. We go by this interfaces. Now we need to create a constructor. This kind of constructor, parameterized constructor. So there is a shortcut way to do it. Okay, just use Alt Enter. Okay, that shows this options. Just select this generate constructor. It already selected. So boom. So if we try to, I mean, we can definitely very well type it, but the thing is that we might do some typos or something, and again we will waste a lot of time. So the shortcut way is, suppose if you have added new parameter. Let's take this example. There was, let's assume there was only one parameter here. Ow. What happened? Got stuck. Okay. Let's assume that we had only one parameter. And then at later point of the development, we have created another parameter. Let's assume that we bring in this new parameter. We added this new parameter. Now again, we can go and create it. The simplest way is just come and nuke this constructor. Just Alt Enter and go and generate the constructor, and boom. So that's one of the shortcut ways. Okay, speeding up the development process. Okay, cool. So now that we have created a couple of private variables, and those are getting dependency injected into this constructor. Now let's work on that methods. So let me get this method, get get all professor. Okay, so let me get this. We'll work on these two of these. Let me get this one also all the way till here. I'm getting in right. So let's bring in these namespaces, squigglies. Let's remove that squigglies, and these are coming from the core entities, right? So I think all the squigglies are gone, right? Is there any squiggly? Okay, GUID is there. So that's coming from system, right? So all these squigglies are gone. I just make some extra space so that we'll see that. Okay, so now that we have added those private variables, and then we added a constructor, and these things are dependency injected, and we have two methods, get all and get professor by ID. Okay, so so what are we doing inside? It's just a simple thing. So we are invoking the get all professors, and the get all professors goes and talks to this. Let me go to that. Go to the definition. Go to the implementation. I'm sorry. Let me go to the implementation. It's from that controller. It is coming to the BLL, and from this BLL we are going to the DAL, and it comes to the DAL, and DAL uses the DB context. So from controller it goes to the business logic, and business logic it goes to the data access. Data access use the DB context. So that's the flow. So we are all done. So will our API work now? No, it will not work. There are some other things which we need to do. Okay, so let's execute this. I mean, this entire session we'll do a lot of mistakes. We'll do mistakes and we'll learn from our mistakes and then come back and fix it. Okay, so that's how I prefer to learn. So let's go and try to hit the endpoint, and the moment we hit the endpoint, it says that it's not able to resolve the service type iProfessor BLL. So because iProfessor BLL is being dependency injected into this process controller, and this guy is not able to find. So where do we hook up that? So we hook up that here in the startup class. Okay, so let's go and grab few lines from there. And actually, this is for the Blazor integration, but I'm adding it right now because you never know that we forget and again we'll spend hours together why this code is not working. Okay, so right now we are adding dependent to this dependency injection container. We are adding that EF core and also application dependencies. Okay, let's fix it and let's see that what does this mean. And add this dependencies, and something will not work. We need to fix it. We'll come back and we'll fix that. That's from this guy, and this is from the add reference to this, and this add reference to the DAL. Okay, so we fixed it. One thing is we have this use SQL server. So for that we need a NuGet package. So we go and bring in this NuGet package in here. So we'll go and bring in this using this NuGet package, right? So generally I prefer to do it this way. Bring in this item group so that we exactly know that we are using the same version. Actually, there are many ways to do. Use the package manager or use the right mouse click and a NuGet package and do that. But just a shortcut for me, it is easy. Go into that CS proj, steal it and paste it here. It's going to take care of that that dependency. Okay. And apart from that, let's do one more thing. We need the connection string. Let's go get this connection string from here. Okay, let me grab this guy. Let's get this connection string in here. We need the connection string for SQL Server, and I don't want my connection string to be in app settings. Okay, I don't want my connection string to be in the app settings. So what is other options do have? So right mouse click on this and go to manage user settings. Okay, so just click on that manage user settings. It creates a secrets JSON, and the next thing is double click this. It adds that GUID. So where is this file coming from? So right mouse click on that and go to open the containing folder. So this is a folder it goes and adds in here. So this is a secrets file. And that, if you carefully observe that, this doesn't belong inside our source code. So anytime I go and check in any files, I don't need to worry that I'm checking in my connection string. Sometimes we need to debug some issue in test environment or stage or UART or prod. We don't know. When we key in those secrets and check in the code, now that is no more secret. Everyone in this world knows that what is the database connection string for that particular environment. So enough of this theory. So I already have quite a few guys here. I use this 8.4 or anyone. I mean, I always use the same connection string. So let me grab this entire thing and go and paste it in here. So it's to my local host web API demo DB. That's the database we are using, web API demo DB, and that's connection string. Now one obvious question is, hey, you said that you're not comfortable using this connection strings, but why do you have those content there? yes, we need this content because someone else in our team, they want to take this source code and work. They should know that what all the configurable items, and for the DevOps team, they should know that what all the configuration items they need to take care before deploying it. So it's much needed things there. So we have this connection string and everything is done. I think all is well. And let me remove that. For some reason, I don't like the unused usings. I don't know, it's not harming me, but it's a personal choice. Let me remove those unused usings real quick. Okay, so I think we are pretty much done. We are in a good position to test it. So let me place this cursor here, and we'll spend a couple of minutes to understand the service container. So this is the add services to the container. So there is this dependency injection container. That container, the services, this container holds all the services which everyone wants. So what we are doing is we are telling that if someone asks for this DB context, give them the copy of that. And someone asks for this iProfessor BLL, give them the copy of this Professor BLL, that implementation. Someone asks for IDAL, give them the implementation of DAL. Okay, that's what essentially it's happening over here. So let's come and quickly check this. And it comes and hits in. So before we proceed further, let's grab this and do a Shift F9. We see that there are totally 158 dependencies. You can expand this and slowly you can see this, all those existing things which has been added inside this container. Okay, good. It was 158. Now seeing this Professor Bal and Professor Dal over here. Now again, let's come back to this services. Let's probe it. So we added two of those dependencies. Now 161 plus 2, so it's 163. So let me expand this and quickly go and see those getting added to this container. Okay, so we see that these three, 158 plus 3, 161 plus 2, all these dependencies has been added. So now this container knows that if someone asking for that, it it knows that from where to get it. Okay, so now that we are here, let's quickly check that when I go to the professor's endpoint, it's giving us the content also. Okay, so that's one piece. And the next piece is let's quickly go and check that. We need to get one query. Okay, I asked for this I professors BLL, it is giving me. But let's go and check that when I come to I professors BLL, it has got a dependency on DAL. Okay, so let's come and check this DAL. When I go to I professors DAL, it has got a dependency on DB context. Okay, that's good. Let's go and check this DB context. Okay, DB context doesn't have any dependencies, but it has got a constructor and it's getting. So obvious question is how is this dependencies are identified and how is this construction happening? So let's probe that. So I'm placing one debugger in DB context and one debugger point in DAL, one debugger point in BAL, and one debugger point in the controller. Okay, so that's the controller. Yeah, that's a controller. Okay, cool. Now let's go. I think we have spent quite a good amount of time to understand this this container. Okay, I missed one piece because we might face that and come back and scratch our heads. We added that course ID. I forgot to add that course. Okay. Box has been added. So let's start it again. Okay. Now let's come to the professor. So see this, it's coming to the last man standing who doesn't have any dependencies. First, it's constructing the college DB context. And the next thing it is constructing is the DAL. And the next thing it is constructing is the BAL. And the next thing it is giving all those dependencies. If you come and see this, the professor BAL is there, and the professor BAL depends upon the professor DAL, and the professor DAL depends upon the DB context. Now, if you go into the DB context, that itself is a context which has got all those DB sets and everything. It's there. Like you have an address book or your professors, your this everything is there. Okay. So that's pretty much. So what did we understand with this experiment is when these dependencies are getting created, it goes to the last man standing in the queue, and it constructs and then comes in a reverse way. Okay, so we have covered pretty much a lot of moving pieces in the rest. We covered on what is this web API, and we covered the launch settings. We covered the launch settings, and we covered like how to consume this one. Now, if you see our solution, it's pretty much very lean. Just concentrate on this web API portion. The web API portion is very lean. And what are we focusing on in this web API? We only focus on professors controller or whatever the controllers which we have to expose and what methods we have to expose. Apart from that, we are no way concerning or no way worrying about anything. We just purely focus on, okay, I know that there is a professor Bal who's going to take care of how to pass this information to Dal, and Dal knows that how to talk to that DB context. So if you see this, the controller layer talks to the Bal, and Bal talks to the Dal. So the controller layer will not jump and directly talk to the Dal. So we have a defined rules. And if someone wants to create a new method, we have already defined the rules. Anyone who wants to create a new rule, a new method, they have expose a new endpoint in the processes controller. They have to come and they have to add that method over here, and they have to come and add that method over here in the processes BAL and DAL. They need to add, and they have to go and implement that in that implementation in the business logic layer as well as the data access layer. That's it. And then expose that endpoint from this controller as how we expose like get and get by ID. Like if you see this, what we are doing is we are calling this professor BLL. So we have a defined set of rules. Anyone coming new into this team, they know that they can't go and create things all over the place and whatever they want. So we have a defined set of rules, and it's very easy also now that they know that how to create an endpoint, right? So we have pretty much tested this, and let's test this through the Postman, just like an end to end. Okay, that's an endpoint. I'm going to the Postman and get all professors. I call that, and it's giving me. So if I want to go to any particular professor, I go. I have to get my professor ID. Why do you? So I want to do this, and it's retrieving the content of this professors. Okay, so that's one thing. I think I have forgot one point there. Let me quickly go. Yep. I forgot this. Include that. Right. So let's quickly test it again. Because when get professor ID, it retrieved the students, but get all professor didn't. So let's quickly check that. Get all professors, because see this, the students, it's coming an empty array. Let's go and grab it. Okay, now it's retrieving. And get professor by ID, that's also going and retrieving that professor and its child. Okay, cool then. So that's our first milestone. We were able to create a web API and test it. So let's close this guy here and jump to gRPC. Now we are just creating the gRPC. It's not gRPC web. We will come back and add that capability. Now let's go to the gRPC service. That's one of the template, and that template, let's use the same name, whatever we have it over here. Okay, I'm going to use this name and get into this folder, select this gRPC web and click on create. And we are not enabling this, or we are not changing anything. Okay, and I'm just creating it. Okay, so we are up and running because we have already tested this. So let me go to the REST API and CD2. So anytime we want, I can do this. Now, .NET run. So anytime, instead of, because we already tested this thoroughly, we have verified the dependency injection, how the construction is happening, everything we checked it. So I'm just keeping it handy. So if you want to test further, we can switch it on from here. Okay. So now let's switch our focus to this guy, gRPC. I'm making this as a startup project. Okay. So I'll minimize this because we have seen that in a length, and this one also I'll minimize so that we can focus on this one. Okay. The first thing is, let's first execute and then come back and see what is this template offering us. Okay. So we see that it's listening on port 5001. Okay, that's good. So what is happening in port 5001? I come in here and I do this. Okay, so now let me go to the browser. Where is the browser? Where is the browser? Okay, so I'm coming to this browser and I'm hitting that. At least it spits out some message. So where is this message coming from? We'll see that in a moment now. So if you come to this startup class, this is the message we saw. That means when I hit that endpoint, at least it is coming somewhere and it is spitting some information. That's not the gRPC, but at least something is happening. So what is this template offers us is, it creates a default, it adds one hello world greeting stuff proto, and that has got one service, and it has got one remote procedure call method called say hello, and it has got hello request and hello reply. And what is this hello request and hello reply? So if you see this, any method we write it, so what do we expect? So each of this method that should give us some input, and we do some processing, and we expose, or we send some output. Okay, so we will discuss about this proto file uh, in at least a decent extent in a moment. Okay, so that's the first piece which will be there. Here. Okay, and the next piece is, it comes by default, it comes with a client, a service. So that service will implement a greeter base. And hey, who creates this greeter base? We'll look into that. Okay, the second moving piece of the equation is this gRPC service, where we need to implement that RPC method. And the third big piece is, if you come to that configure service, the HTTP pipeline, inside the pipeline we have to expose this gRPC service. Okay, so let's again quickly go and check that. So okay, displayed, but did it load it? Because we verified when we go to the browser, we came to know that yes, it is hitting that endpoint. But how do I know that it has been what gRPC methods or things has been exposed? Okay, there is a way. So what we can do is we can come into this and let's make this a debug. Okay, and now if I come and execute this, it spits some debug information, but at least I came to know that okay, it added a gRPC method called say hello. That's good. It's coming from this greeter. Oh, okay. So now we know something more. Yes, this process, whatever it's executing, it is loading one of the gRPC service, and that's a method. Okay, that's pretty good. So let's hang on here and do a little bit of uh, fast track stuff. What does that mean is I go and I'll start stealing in some of those code just to speed up the process, because as we discussed, there are three moving pieces. Okay, the first moving pieces is we need to have the protos. The second moving pieces is we need to have the service, and the third moving pieces is hooking up everything in the startup. Okay, so let's first steal couple of let's first steal couple of these things. Let me come back here, and why did it's not able to find it? Okay, let me go in here, and first thing I steal these two. Okay, so let me drop it here. That's good. And let me go and steal these two services and come into the service and drop it here. Okay, now let's come back to this Visual Studio. Okay, we have this one, Protos, we have services, and let's see what else do we need it. Let me go to here and let me grab that. Okay, so it's in here, and we are loading this connection strings and everything. Okay, it's coming in from user secrets. So okay, let's use the same user secrets whatever we are using it for this. Let's use the same here also in gRPC server also. Let's use the same one. Okay, I right mouse click on that and it'll say manage user secrets, right? So it's coming in here. Cool. So that now we will discuss. Now our life starts to start understanding what each of the moving pieces. So let's first discuss what is this .proto. This proto is this interface definition language, and this is the one which every party who's involved in this, they need to stick to this one. So a server who's implementing a service, they have to use this contract, and any number of clients who are using that, they also need to use this one. And we are using the version 3 of this port buff, and the namespace is college gRPC server protos. Okay, that's good. And what is this service? Imagine that it's just a class, and we are exposing 3 RPC method, remote procedure call methods: add professor, get professor by ID, get all professor, right? And what is this message? New professor request and new professor response. So it's coming into the method, and this is going out of the method. We'll see everything in depth in short time. So we understand that .proto is a interface definition language, and it exposes a service, gRPC service, and it exposes few one or more RPC methods, and also it has got a lot of messages. So what does message? In a plain or layman terms, if you think, it's just a class. It's just a class with some properties. And what are these numbers? Uh, are we assigning values to this? No, we're not assigning values, but that's the ordinal position. Like each of the employee has got an employee ID, or a student has got a student ID, which uniquely recognizes that particular person. So it's similar to that. This also recognizes each of the field. So why do we need that? Because as we discussed, the transformation or the content which gets transmitted over the wire is happening in binary. So there should be some kind of transformation from object to binary and binary to object. So these tools and the framework, they should know that, okay, from which portion to which portion inside this binary belongs to this particular field. And the reverse way also, when we transforming from object to binary, it should know that what portion I should take and put it at which place. Okay, so that's pretty good. We'll see one more point. So the second point is, when I go to this properties of the greet.proto, it recognizes that, okay, this is the greeter one, and it is a proto file. I know what to do with this. It is saying that, okay, I can use the portbuff compiler to create the server only components. Okay, that's good, pretty good. So let's go and check this guy. It doesn't recognize this. And let's check this address book. No, it doesn't recognize. So what is missing? So let's get into this. And this gRPC core, let's talk about this for a moment, and then we'll come back and fix that. Come to this NuGet package. If you come to this NuGet package, that's a meta package. Okay, meta package means this is a package which brings in all the packages. If you see these dependencies, this ASP.NET Core is a meta package, and that has got dependency on ASP.NET Core app, and that has got dependency on ASP.NET Core.server.client factory and Google Portbuff and Google gRPC tools. So the meta package is a package which brings itself and all its dependency packages. Okay, so that's a meta package. So we have the meta package, and we also saw that only the greet is the one which is recognized, and rest of the two guys are not being recognized. So what is the difference? Okay, so we clearly, it's visible that it expects an entry here. Okay, so let's add a couple of entries here. So the first one is college API. So let me add this college API over here. The moment I add the college API, let me select it and click on. Okay, now it recognizes. That's good. Okay, so let's bring in this address book and add this. And again, come back to this address book and check that. Okay, it recognizes. That's pretty good. So now it recognizes. So happy world peace. Uh, Everything is being recognized. So we are in a good mood. So let's go to the next phase of this. Okay, Swami, we added this, and what else next? And let's come to this guy, and something known as this college service base. Who's creating this? Okay, we will probe that. Let's first fix these guys, red squigglies, and then we'll go and probe that. Okay, so then let me go in here. Is there any squigglies? No, all the squigglies are gone. Okay, it's expecting a client tab. Let me add a project dependencies. Okay, so the project dependencies has been added. So the next big question or the query we have in our mind is, hey, we added this proto, we have this file, but who's creating this college service base? Okay, that's good question. So let me build, just ensure that I didn't break anything, and then we'll see the benefit of using the layered architecture or reusable component. Okay, cool. Now we'll keep everything. We'll select this and select show all files. Get into this obj debug and .NET Core. So we see that we have created greet.proto. Where is that protos folder? Yeah, we have greet.proto, and here we have greet.grpc, greet.cs, and we have college api.proto. So we have college api grpc, college api, and we have address book, and here you can see this address book grpc and address book. Okay, so what each of these files are, let's spend a couple minutes in that. So when you expand it, and this is the um, service name which you have given inside this proto. Let me open that. So this college service, so that is this one. There's a partial class, and college grpc server dot protos, so that is the namespace which you have specified here. And then if you scroll little bit, not much, little bit, you need to scroll, and immediately you will see that so it says that there's a partial, there's an abstract class, public abstract partial class, college service base. Oh, okay. And inside that we see our 3 RPC methods. So add professor, get professor by ID, get all professors. Okay, that's good. So now we understand when we create a proto file and mention that inside the CS proj, and that's where the gRPC tools understands that, okay, we have this proto file, and it goes and it compiles that one. So the file name suffixed with gRPC, that's the abstract class where you have these methods. Now we need to implement these methods. That's what is happening here in the service. If you see this service, we're extending this and we are implementing these methods inside here. Okay, that's one point. And the second point to observe is we'll see this file. The moment you see this reflection, now you should have understood that, oh, reflection, okay, some kind of transformation is happening. Yes. So if you open these messages, so what are these messages? New professor request. Okay, what is this new professor request? Is the message which we create. If you see this college service, that's the class, and these are different methods. And here new professor request is a message, and these all are properties. So where is that file? Here it is. So let me open up, and you see that it's again a class. There we called it as a message, but here it is a class. Okay, and if you scroll a little bit down, and you can see this, the name field number, it holds those ordinal position. It holds these ordinal positions. Right now, that's the other piece. Now, if you see that, one more point to note here is here we are using timestamp, but in our SQL server it is date time. So what is this guy? Let's spend a couple minutes on that real quick to understand, and then we'll move further. So let me go and click on this. That's the one. So if you go into this one, now the first one is this one, timestamp. So if you see this timestamp, that is made up of 2 pieces. The timestamp is made up of seconds and nanos. Okay, just keep this in mind. We will use it in some time. So if you want to use this date and time, the type which is allowed is this timestamp. And also if you go back to this one, and what's the other one which we saw here, see this, these are the some of the types, and you can have one-on-one mapping what each type is and how that maps to C#. So that's there is a table which I think I have pasted it somewhere here in this slide. I think it's there somewhere in these two things. I just pasted one of the link. So there is a nice table which shows that the mapping, what each Google type is, what is its corresponding type in C sharp. It's this link itself. You will find that what all the data types it supports. Okay. So if you go and check this, these are the some of the other things which it is here, and this is the well-known types. We can get into this overview over here. Then it shows that what each types are, what all this types. Okay, clearly there is a tabular format in the documentation of gRPC, where it shows that what are Google's type and what is its equivalent in C++ or C sharp or different languages, right? So that's the pretty much enough of foundation we have built. Let's quickly go and get into these details. So what are we doing in here? So we similarly, like if we can correlate this with the controller which we developed it, and you can see this again we have this dependency on the BLL. If you observe this guy and the this guy and this REST web API, see this, these are very lean guys. So the web API as well as gRPC service, both are using the common components. So from maintenance perspective, this is pretty much lean, and our focus is only, if you see this project, our focus is only on the controllers, what endpoints we have to expose. And here again the same thing, what endpoints we have to expose as part of the gRPC service, right? So that's pretty much, see it's same. Add professor is, we are calling the business logic layer and passing this, and get all professors is again we are passing this, we are invoking the get all professors. The same thing we are doing in here. We're not doing anything new here. If you see this, get all professors, and there are some kind of transformation happening that we'll discuss. Like if you see this, get professor by ID, we are passing in the professor, and similarly if you see this one, we are passing the get professor by ID. The only thing, the correspond, we don't have this GUID, so that's the reason whatever the request it is coming, we are parsing it. We are parsing it because in the request the professor ID we marked it as string in that proto, so we have to parse this one. That's one change. And another change is, as we discussed, this in our entity the date of joining is date time, and here the date of joining is timestamp. So the Google timestamp dot to date time, so that's when it converts this. Okay, so if you see here, the professor is date time, now we need to convert to timestamp. Now we are calling it as from timestamp. So we need to do this kind of transformation if you want the timestamp to date time and from date time. So that's one thing. Okay, so that's the only thing which we have it at this point of time. So let's come quickly and build this so that we can quickly test these guys. And let me go to that startup class, because we need to hook up all those things. And let me remove that. Let me go and grab this. Let's check the startup class. So in the startup class also, the first thing is we'll start fixing from here, because we need to add this dependencies. The first thing is we are adding the cars, and this we have seen in the previous example. This also we have seen in this example. The only thing we are adding the address book also, so there is no change. We spent quite a good amount of time to understand those service containers and everything. Okay, and before that we have to, there are multiple ways to do this. Is the preferred way I prefer. It's my personal choice. It's nothing that it has to be done in this way. I mean to talk about this one, I configuration. Okay, there are multiple ways, but I prefer exposing it as a public property and getting that injected in the startup class. Okay, so now let's come back and start fixing this. This is coming from the, oh, I'm sorry, It's not from Visual Basic. Where is that? Constants. Shit. I think. Oh, okay, okay. So now the DB context should come from the college DAL. Everything is reusable, and now it's asking for the SQL Server. So let me go grab this guy, SQL Server. Actually, we should, as I mentioned, we can do it through this NuGet package manager console or package manager. I just feel, see this, it restored it. This way I do it. So let me remove this quickly. We are using this entity framework core, and this is coming from the interfaces of core. All those squigglies are gone. This is coming from the college BAL, and two squigglies are gone. This is coming from the DAL. Okay, cool. So mm, all the squigglies are gone, and that's good. And then we'll execute. We are doing one mistake. We'll learn and we'll come back. Okay. Now we execute this. Once we execute, because we already switched on the debugger, so that it will start spitting in those information. Where did it start now? What's wrong with it? Okay. It's coming in. Why is that it stuck? Okay. Let's wait for a moment. I have compiled it. Okay, so let me start this. Is it throwing some error? No. No, there are no errors. What's wrong with that? Okay. Let me put a debugger here. Let's find it out. Let me go and execute this. Okay. Let's check this configuration. And Shift F9. Okay. We are having the connection string. There's nothing wrong in there. And the connection string is loaded. And then let's do this and this. We are loading it, everything. We are. Okay. So let me comment this for a moment. And I mean, the second piece, we have to configure the HTTP pipeline. That's pending. I just thought of to show error and come back. But before that, we got stuck somewhere. Okay. Okay. God. Just a smoking gun. Unnecessarily, it eat up our 3 to 4 minutes time. Okay, cool. I think we have to hit it hard. Oh, God. Okay, it's not. Okay, it's coming in. So now see this. We have created two of those gRPC service, but it is talking only on this one, say hello. So that's one mistake. Very frequently I do this. I generally forget. So that's what I wanted to show that way. So after configuring this service container, we need to ensure that we need to add the cars. So the cars will be after use routing. So after use routing, we have the cars, and the other two pieces is we need to add these two things. Need to add these two things. Let me add it. So at this point of time, we don't have the gRPC web capability. We didn't add it. And oh, let's bring in those service. We added that service, and we can add the address book service also. What is the service name? Is address book service. Let me bring in that to the startup address book service. Cool. So now when we go and execute it, so now it is showing. So there is say hello, it's coming from greet, and add professor, it's coming from college API, and get professor ID is coming from this, and get all professor is coming from this, and similarly add address is coming from address book. Now it is exactly matching, because if you don't switch on that this in a debug, we'll not get that information, right? So that's pretty good. So we have built the gRPC service as well as the REST API. REST API, we tested it. I'm parking it for a moment, and now we can start testing now we can start testing this one. So I already built that just to speed up the time. Let me add a couple of those gRPC clients. Let's test one console client and one Windows client. I have the other clients also. I'll check in the code so that you'll have access to all those things. Okay, so now if you see that, how do we test it? So there are multiple ways. The protos are there because the server and client both have to stick to this contract. So the contract is being defined in this protos, and that proto file is here. So what did we do is we right mouse click on that and click on add connected services, and click on that add connected services. Inside this dialog, you need to click on this add, and then we need to select this gRPC and click on next and go and select the file, browse the file where the file is. We can go back to the location where the gRPC is there and get into this protos and select this and click on open. So it shows, and it is suggesting that it understood that we want to create a client. So we can create server components or client components. Okay, so that's how I added it the previously. And if you see that, it's not a physical copy, it's just a watch, it's not link, it's just a link, it's not a copy which is having in this client app. So if you double click it and then reference, you can see that it's coming from source 3 gRPC web. So physically it is existing. If you we can check that, open the containing folder, you can see that that's coming from the gRPC web. It's nothing to do with this client. You can see, come and check this console client here, and you don't see that it doesn't exist physically, but it is coming from that particular location. So that's how we refer it. And the second piece what we do is, because we know that the gRPC is getting executed in the 5001. So let me go here and cd3 and dir cd. Okay, so .NET run. Once we execute this .NET run, we see that it is executing on 5001 port. Okay, if you see this, it is executing on 5001 port. So that's the reason we have to specify that on which port this is running. So that's on 5000 port. Okay, coming back to this program. So again, we can see this. Let me go and get into this debug, and we already saw that gRPC. If you get into this, and that's a partial class, and there's a namespace which we have already seen that. And the only difference is here it creates college service client. There on the server we saw that it is college service base, and here it is college service client. So that's one different. Okay, that's one difference. Okay, cool. So And another thing is, how do you create? We need to create a client, the channel we need to create. So that we create using gRPC channel for address. So we are giving this address here, and we pass this channel to this gRPC client, and it returns this gRPC client. And what are we doing in here? Okay, the other thing is, if you go to the properties, I selected it as content and copy always, because I don't want to hard code the address, because the configuration anytime I can change. Tomorrow I can host it in some different virtual machine, and I can give the address of that. So that's the reason we need to have this configuration. And in here we load that configuration builder. For that we need to have the set base path. We need to have this NuGet package, Microsoft extension configuration JSON. So that's when it recognizes, it loads this configuration, and it goes, we are retrieving the RPC service colon service URL from the application settings, and here it comes. Okay, so let's put a debugger. Let's quickly test this guy. I go into this service, and I'm dropping it here, because we already seen this dependency injection and construction and everything. We have seen that. I think we have seen that in a length. So let's quickly execute this. So right now we have this, and let me minimize and right mouse click on this one, and debug and start a new instance. And that should bring uh, us into this one. So if you see this, this is the professor entity which we populated with some random name and some random values. And now I do an F11. So we are getting into this. Right now we are in this gRPC service. Okay, I didn't place it here. Okay, I didn't place any pointer here, debug point. So it directly came from client to service. So let me place one debug point here. Okay, so that now it's coming in here. So from this business logic layer, we are from this service we are going to business logic layer, and from this business logic layer we are going to the data access layer, and that's where we are saving in the record. Okay, so now I do and shift F11 and shift F11, shift F11. Now see that now again we came back to this client, and here the professor ID is A2354. So quickly we can come back here and run this. So we have A2354. It has created this record. Okay, so that's how we saw this communication. Okay, so that's we'll stop it here, and then what I will do is I will go and execute the .NET, so that we'll quickly test another client, how this communication happens from a Windows Forms to gRPC service. So this time I don't need this debugger, because we already seen the debugger, how the service is being hit. So I am executing this. Server is being executed here, and let me close this, and I will go ahead and add a Windows Forms. There are other two clients also. I just leave it that way, because we need to work on that Blazor also. So okay. So again, if you see this, the reference, the same thing. Right mouse click and add dependent services, and this app settings will have the reference to this one. And the only difference between this client and this client is just a little bit of improvement, where we had exposed this protected property. Instead of that, in here we just created a helper class, and we moved that code, whatever it was creating this client, we moved it to the separate thing. That's the only difference. There's no other difference. So again, if you see this, it is .NET 3.1 Windows Forms. It's not a regular Windows Form full framework. It's again .NET Core, because gRPC is .NET Core. Everything, its corresponding clients will be a .NET Core. So this is the Windows Forms client. So I will select this as a startup project, and because the server is already being running here. Okay, so let me stop this, and I execute this one, and I start this Windows Forms. Again, it's a very simple Windows Forms, but the thought process is that different kinds of clients. So let me place this. The server is here, the client is here, and you can keep a watch on this one. There will be a flash. Is PhD is true. Uh, okay, so there was a flash here. So it created 38 387 CB. So let's come back and check that. 387 CB money, that record has been created. So we tested couple of clients, and let me close this and we'll come back on that one. Cool then. So now that we have tested, we have created web API, and we tested using browser as well as the Postman, and we created the gRPC, and we tested with a minimum 2 clients. I will, because I'll um for saving it, I'll just create these. I mean, I'll just add it so that once I check in this code, you guys will have 4 different clients. So the clients, we tested 2 out of this, and one is the worker service and one is the web API client. Okay, so we'll revisit that. I just saved it, so you will get it in that location. So now let's create a Blazor WASM, and before that we need to spend 1 minute time quickly. So previously the browser support was not there for the gRPC, so that is the reason we created different kind of clients. So now that they few weeks ago they released this one, around June they released this gRPC web, and that's where it adds the capability of the web. Now the browsers can talk to gRPC. So the 2 ways you can do: one is using this JavaScript spas, and one is through the Blazor WASM. So we are going through the Blazor WASM, right? So that's about the gRPC. I've given all those links in the all those links here. So all those thing here. So this is how we tested through this one. I just captured it, and here is a link I have given. So let's first add this gRPC web capability, because we will, even though we are not using it immediately, but we'll use it shortly. In next 10 minutes, we'll use that. So let me go and fix that, and come in here, and let me close it, and come to the startup class, and go in here. Before that, cars and routing, we need to have this one. Okay, between these two we need to have this. Okay, that is one point, and we need to have this NuGet package, the gRPC web NuGet package. So let me double click this and add this reference. So it should remove that squiggly. The squiggly is gone. And next thing what we have to do is we have to specify these 2 things. We have to enable enable this gRPC to all these, I mean, whatever the service you want to expose for web. Another service which you don't add this, that means that's available only for the clients, whatever the 4 different clients we have. Similarly, I mean, you can have WPF also client, but we have console, web API, Windows Forms, and worker service. These 4 clients. So if you don't expose this gRPC web, you need to create these kind of clients. If you have this gRPC web, you can use it from the browser also. So we have added the gRPC capability also. So we'll not spend much time. Just click on 1 quick minute on this guy, and go in there. Let's see that. Okay, so you can see that it is exposing, but we will see once we make a call, then it makes a difference. It shows whether this call is coming from the gRPC channel or the client channel. Okay, that difference we'll see it in a moment. Okay, so now let's quickly go and add this Blazor WASM. I'm creating a new project, and let's create a Blazor app, and go and select this Blazor WASM. Let me use the same name what I'm using it here. I'm using this over here. I use the same college Blazor WASM. It's the same college Blazor WASM, and I click on client, and here it's giving us two options. So one is Blazor server app. This is Blazor WebAssembly. So we'll select Blazor WebAssembly and configure HTTPS. I'm not touching any of these things. Okay. So click on create, and you can come and spend 1 quick minute on this one. This Blazor WebAssembly, again, this got released around this May 19th, and that's the entirely the client side. We can create the spa apps which gets executed in WebAssembly. So I've given all these links in there, so you can see one difference is the Blazor server, where everything gets executed on the server, and it uses the signaler to go back and forth. And if you see this client side, the Razor components, .NET assembly, the .NET runtime and everything gets downloaded to the browser, and that's get executed using this WebAssembly. So here you're not making any calls to the server, except if you're making an API call. That's when you go out of this. If not, always your life will be within this browser. Okay, so that's thing. I just add. I just added this link itself here in this. I just added that link here. Okay, so this is what we will communicate with gRPC, and also we'll communicate with Web API. We'll see that in a moment. Okay, I hope I closed everything. Okay, cool, I closed it. So let's spend 1 quick minute on this guy, and then we'll go ahead. So let's spend 1 minute on Blazor WASM, and what is the port it is executing on. And the port is 5001. No, 5001 belongs to this guy, and I do 5004 and 5005. And let's quickly execute it, and then we will go in, and in a flash we'll go and copy those files, and then we'll discuss. So you can see this Blazor WASM, it's executing in port 5004, and you can see that it comes in here. And let me open this network tab, and can go to this counter. You can see this, even though I'm clicking, everything is C# code. It's going and fetching the data. That's when I told you, isn't it? Only when it makes any server-side call, it goes and gets the content, except that it doesn't leave this space. So that's one thing. Let me remove that. And one more point is I do a refresh, full refresh of that, and you can see this this assembly is coming in. And what happened to that? Hold on. Right mouse click and empty cache and hard reload. Okay, now it should show everything. Okay, so actually that assemblies should also get downloaded. That .NET framework should also get downloaded. Hold on, let's re-execute that, because that's a key piece. If you're not able to see that, then okay, I just switch on that. It's coming in. So all. Okay, so we'll see once we add that one, because that the .NET will also get executed. We'll see that once we add this gRPC and other capabilities to this one. So we added this web, and here if you see that we have the Razor pages, and these Razor pages are the combination of markup as well as the C# code. So we have this markup as well as the C# code. Both are coming in from here. So what we will do is I will go and copy paste some of the code, and then we will start from there. Okay, the first thing is we need to have that app settings JSON, so that we can have the configuration, and we'll drop in some of the files, And the next thing is we need to, because the navigation menu, whatever it shows in right now, has got these, so we need to have additional two menus. And the next big piece is we already have, by default it comes with the HTTP capability. So for the REST communication, this is there. The only line which we will add it is for the gRPC communication. Okay, let's hang in there for 2 minutes. I will drop everything, then we will see how do we proceed. Okay, so first let's go to www, and let me go in, stay there and go into this place and bring in those files. Everything I'll drop it at one time, and then we'll come and discuss. Okay, the first thing is I'm bringing in this app settings. So I go app settings first. First I'll copy this app settings here. And next big piece, what we do is we will go and bring in this the fetch data. Okay, that's index and fetch data. Let me copy everything, and let me copy these three: index and these three. The rest of the two I'm leaving it as it is, so that we will be able to see the difference. Okay, I have copied that. And the next big piece is the shared one. So where we get we need the navigation shared. And this now let's see that we have an additional links. Yes, we have the additional links. So let's bring in this nav over here. Okay, so let's fix that rest there in 1 minute. Okay, it will not take much time. Let me quick close this. Let's see this one by one. So inside this www root, we have added this one, and we have given this URL where this gRPC or gRPC web is being executed. And if you see this, previously the index was pretty simple. Now what we are doing is we have created the backend code for that one. So you can have these two things inside the same place, or you can have it in a different location. Okay, and one thing is we need to have this proto file, because that's what it does. So if you see this the connected services, because I'll show you one difference. For some reason I think the tooling they will enhance. So if you go to this one and right mouse click and click on this connected services, so that connected services will give the reference for this one. I mean, will give the capability to add gRPC service. For some reason that is not there as of now. That anytime sooner they will add that capability. So if you come to this Blazor WASM, you're not seeing that. Okay, so at this point of time it doesn't have, but we know what we have to do. The simple thing is we can double click this guy and go to the place where we have this line, copy that, and quickly come back here and drop it. So that's where it will add this proto files. It will add this proto files. Okay, and the next thing is we have seen the app settings, and next thing we have given the link to the proto file. That's also done. And the next thing we come to this shared, where we have added two additional links. One link is this processes hitting the gRPC and processes coming from the web API. And how does this know that href is processes from gRPC, processes from web API? So let's come back real quick to see this. If you see the fetch data, there is page/fetch data. So if you come to this counter/counter, and here if it is route, so that's what you see this one, whatever the routes which are here. So home, it doesn't rest of this match, like it is counter fetch. So processes from gRPC, processes from web API. So that's the first thing we'll specify here on the top. Okay, that's one thing. And apart from that, what we have is, oh, we need two things. I think, I'm sorry, we need two things, because we are hitting the professors, as well as we are hitting the greeting also. So this block, it should have two. I just copied only one. It's my mistake. I'm sorry for that. This Blazor WASM needs two things. It needs both the greeter, because the greeter is the one which we are hitting in index. So if you compare this, it's very similar to the web forms. We used to have the web forms ASPX pages and C sharp .cs file. It's also similar now. We have the razor file, and this and also the code behind. Okay, let's fix one by one, no problem. And we also need this gRPC packages, so that all the tools will um, get in. So let's go there and add all those tools and packages there. Once we add it, you see this nuggets getting restored. Once that nuggets getting restored, see this, almost all the squigglies are gone. And this we need to bring in from the college core. Now you are seeing the advantage. Once we created this application core, we are using in REST API, we are using in gRPC, we are using in Blazor WASM, all the places we are using it. Okay, we are not facing any problem anywhere. And let's go to this web API, ensure that no other way it is there. Okay, we are executing on this one. So that's pretty good. The other thing what we have to take care is the program.cs, because as I was mentioning, the HTTP client communication has been already baked into this one. We just need to steal how do we communicate with with the gRPC. So we just need to add the gRPC service. So I'm coming in here and dropping in this. So that's the line we need to drop in. So the backend URL, it's getting established, and let's bring in those couple of NuGet namespaces. Get this namespaces. Okay, all the namespaces, all the squigglies are gone. So that's the line which we need to add. So we are having the gRPC web handler is there, and to that gRPC web we need to add this HTTP client handler, and then we add this create a channel for this one. So any URL, whichever is any number of gRPC services, it goes and communicates only with this one guy. Cool, that's one thing. And if you see this Professor Web API, what we are doing is we are exposing the HTTP client, because we discussed that HTTP client is a mechanism which it goes and talks to the REST, and we, because that uh, REST API is returning that enumeration of professors, we add that property, and we invoke this method, and we assign it to this one. Now let's see what we are doing here in the professors gRPC. So in the professors gRPC, what we are doing is we are calling in this client, because the client college service client, this channel, we just created this channel, we are creating the client, and then we are calling client dot get professor, exactly the same way how we called it. And the only thing is it is the professor response, and inside that professor response we have that collection, and we are traversing through it. So where do you find that is, we can go back to this here in the proto, right mouse click on that. If you see this get professor response, and yeah, all professors response, in the all professors response we are saying repeated means it is one or more of get professor response. That means it is a collection of this professor's response. Okay, that's pretty good. So I think we are pretty much there. So first I'll execute this .NET run. This is the REST web API, and .NET run. So this is the gRPC server. So let's wait. So this is executing in 5002, and this is executing in 5001. And you can see this, it is showing pretty much everything as it was showing previously. And the only thing difference is when you hit it from the Blazor, it will clearly show that. So let's go there and communicate through this guy. The Blazor WASM is there. I am closing everything, and boom, let's execute that. Now clearly see that here in the server side. Let's wait in here. So let it come. There you go. I told you, isn't it? This should come. So at this point of time, if you see this, if you see that, it has executed and it clearly saying that this request has come from gRPC web. Whereas in previously, if you execute, it doesn't show this gRPC web. Now we will know that, okay, this is coming from this gRPC web channel, right? It's doing an handler. We can make a regular call also, and that's one thing. And if you correlate that image which we have seen in the browser previously, where did we see that? We saw that in the browser. Okay, here we have seen that. So it's a Razor components, .NET assemblies and .NET runtime. It's getting executed in the WebAssembly, and everything is getting downloaded on the browser. So that's what we are seeing in here. So let me make this an extra space. What? It's troubling me? Okay, no problem, let it trouble. So if you slowly scroll here, you can see this college Blazor WASM, that is .NET WebAssembly, and see this, you can see this a college core and this gRPC client, all the .NET assemblies are getting downloaded. And apart from this, you can see this Google port buff and everything is getting downloaded. So all these things will get downloaded, and I think there is one, yeah, there's one .NET. I think this is a guy. There will be one .NET assembly also will get downloaded. For some reason, we are not seeing that. Actually, that even that will get downloaded and gets executed on the server. So this is one important point. And now we'll see this communication how it is happening. So let's see this one. Once we click on this gRPC, let me open up and see this one. The last call it made was only this for this hello world, say hello. It made a call for the say hello. Now we are going and clicking on this professor. Now it goes and invokes the professor. If you come and see this one, the logs, it's not flashing the logs, but we made a call to this gRPC service, and you can see that content it retrieved, and we are showing in here. And next big piece is we go and hit the REST API. So it is going and hitting the REST API, and it's bringing in here. You can see that here in this address itself. You can see this. It's going to 5002, and here in this address it is going to 5001. So we have already seen that. So the 5001 is the gRPC, and the port 5002 is for the REST web API. So that's what we have seen that. So we have seen multiple things, like quick 2 minutes recap. So what did we see? We initially started our life with few reusable components, and with that reusable components, we were able to quickly build a web API and test it through Postman. Then we built gRPC using the same reusable components, and with that, what happened is we had very lean things, because we need to focus only on how to expose gRPC service or how to expose controls. And then we tested with couple of clients, and we created the Blazor WASM, and we saw that how can we communicate using the Blazor WASM to the web API, and how can we communicate from Blazor WASM to gRPC web. So this gRPC has got both the capabilities. It has got the capability of gRPC and gRPC web. So when we are communicating through these channels, it's coming like the gRPC, and when we do it from the Blazor WASM, it comes through the web channel. So that's it, pretty much. And I will check in the code, and you will get the entire code in this Vichy Pylor speaker series Talkify this where which will be posted in this meetup group also. So feel free to grab the code and play around and modify. And that's it. Thanks so much, guys, for spending your time on Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah, Swami. So thanks for your session. Actually, it was a cool hands-on. Uh,
Thanks.
yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I think there are no questions. Yeah, I think we came to an end. So
Okay.
over to you, Sundaram.
Yeah, thank you.
Just give me a second. I'll share my screen.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So we came to an end. Thanks everyone for joining. Thanks to all the speakers for accepting the invite and making this event happen. To get notified of our future events, join our meetup group, which is shown in the below. And thank you everyone. That's it.
Yeah. So thanks, everyone.
Bye, guys. Have a good weekend.
Yeah.